All right, here we are once again, guys, at it again. Monday in the house, getting close to Halloween, folks, but nothing scaring us away except this guy over here who's driving extremely fast. He took that corner just a little bit too fast. Welcome back to the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. I'm your boy Dre. We got another one, a good one for you, an excellent one for you. We'll be streaming this Phenom 300 from Aerobask for the first time on the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. Comes by way of a recommendation of getting this aircraft from my boy Greenlight, who you guys can see is over here. He's November 7-1 Charlie Hotel. So we are November 350 Kilo Tango. We are here in North Carolina at Monroe Executive. We are taking some very stressed out, trying to avoid work passengers who've taken a week off. Obviously chartered this thing to bring a set of passengers from North Carolina to Naples, Florida, and then the people in Naples, Florida just can't get enough of that warm weather, so then we're going to be taking them over to Cancun today, guys. So let us just check on the chat first. And Mall Gaming, hey Dre, doing a flight with my friend Benga, Fresno to Denver. Hey, what's going on, Mall Gaming? And tell Benga I said what's up too. Hope you guys are having an excellent flight situation there. I don't know why, man, the stream always says no data kind of right when we start, but we know it's not by way of our information. It's just saying no data, so I don't know what that means. So we're just going to keep pushing on through. Let's go ahead and get on board, and then we will do a radio check as we are on VATSIM, and I don't believe that there's any ATC online. Let me double check that really quick, guys, before we get going, and then we'll do a radio check with my boy Greenlight, who is flying with us. So we are definitely going to be under ATC's purview, so it's a good thing I decided to file the actual flight plan so that we can do that, but we'll still do a radio check on Unicom if that's what's going to be on. So guys, again here, let's take a look at the aircraft on the outside. They've done a great job modeling this aircraft. This is not an airplane review, but it's the first time I'm flying it. So normally when you start up, the static the pitot covers and the engine covers and all that stuff are on here. Here's the pitos right here. They'll be covering them, but they're all taken off right now. So let's go ahead and jump on board. Airplane is cold and dark. So let's check our fuel first. Passenger 1670, we're good to go. As far as fuel is concerned, we already set that up, guys. Now, in order to put the ground power unit on here, guys, you got to open the GPU panel. Then click that ground power unit so it becomes available. On the lower left of the captain's side is where you're going to find those battery switches. You want to get them both to on, and then of course the GPU now is going to be put to where it says in use, and that's exactly what we want, guys. And let's get these bleeds off for now. And yeah, the aircraft is going to go ahead and start up and do its thing. I think because this is the first time we're doing this one, let's go ahead and stop this music, of course, and we'll get back to that once we get in the air. You're going to hear the aircraft doing some tests.
System test, okay.
All right, and let me just check in the chat here. Let me leave that screen open there. Zachy D says, yo, 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 Zachy D, what is good? Thanks for joining us. And you can see we're getting a traffic alert here. So let's come on over here. First, let's look and notice that it does align. So right now, it's aligning. It's got 36 seconds, so the IRS does align here, but it does it automatically. Pretty great modeling of this aircraft here, and as you can see as we poke into the back, we've got plenty of room, including a little couch right there. I'm sure my kids would want to choose that to be on there with me. This aircraft has the G1000 suite, so let's get right into it. You heard it doing its initial TCAS test, and it's running through its initialization, so bada bing, bada boom. And here we are, of course. Now let's make sure our radios are all tuned in. And the way you turn the radios is right here. So let me see if Greenlight is actually on the frequency for the center, which we have Atlanta Center on. We'll double check here. So let's just get a quick call out here. Let me double check to make sure. You know what? I think I need to fix my push to talk button anyway in the VATSIM, the X pilot here. All right, so we got that going on. Microphone device output. That's looking good. All right. Any station is net radio check over.
Mic check, 5x5.
Okay, sir, appreciate that. 5x5, and it does look like we have ATC, but I figure we can just hang out on this for a hot minute. Hello, honey. How you doing? Wife is checking in, and thank you for the support as always. My baby is always there with the fam. So, big kiss to you guys, and big up to everybody joining. So the aircraft is on right now, guys, in this G1000. There's a lot of touchscreen features to this, so we'll be going through that as well and kind of walking through it as we do it. We are going to end up getting a different transponder code, so we'll double check that. But for now, let us call for our clearance. So I guess that's what we can do before we go ahead and put in the flight plan, before we get too happy. And let me just double check something here on my flight plan. Icons, Nooks, Shift. Okay, that's the right flight plan, so that's good. That has already been filed. So Atlanta Center is on 132975. So let's hope that we get what we want here. So now I'm going to go over to this airport on... actually, let's see if we have it on here. This is the... we do have the Avitab feature on here, so... let's see what we got here. Let's go in here and type in our field, which is KEQY, or Kilo Echo Quebec Yankee. This is it. Let's see if we can get any weather. Okay, the weather's updated 1025. Right now it is saying that the winds are out of the west at 9 knots, so we can definitely select, and the altimeter is 2975. Let's just double check this on the actual, because sometimes it's behind on the plugin that we have for an electronic flight bag. So Charlotte Monroe Executive Airport is where we're located, and it's got the altimeter. See what I'm talking about? It's up here. This one's 2971, and this meter was last reported at 2353 Zulu. See, this was done at 2053, so this is about 3 hours old right here. So let's see if we can update it again. And yeah, so wherever they're pulling this information is definitely outdated. The winds there are 210 degrees at 10 knots, so still out of the west, so runway 23 makes sense. And we're doing altimeter is 2971, so let's get that altimeter in here. Alright, so 2971. Now another thing is you can actually type, you can push in here too. So there's two ways to do it. You can just put 2971 just like that and hit enter, and it goes in right there. So all of these fields where this little icon comes up is where you can actually, and it's touchscreen in real life too, so you can actually touch this and actually put in those, put in the information. So anyway, so let's go ahead and assume our flight plan is going to be what Greenlight and I made it earlier, because we did do some pre-flight discussions. So we're going to get right into the flight plan. So now that everything is up and on, you want to hit this flight plan button here. If there is a flight plan in there like there is for me, you want to go ahead and you want to delete it. So you're going to kind of use these just as you would the normal GNS 430 or 530, where you can delete everything using this scroll wheel and then enter. So flight plan is deleted. Now we want to scroll up. Now the only difference is once you scroll here, you don't have to start doing the smaller knob. You can actually come down here and start typing it in. So let me pull up my trusty dusty route here and get that crack-a-lacking. Alright, so we're leaving on the icons 4. So the first thing we want to do now that that's up is we want to do a procedure, and we want to select a departure. And we're going to select the icons 4, as you can see here. And let's see, Nooks, yes, is definitely transition. And we can go ahead and load that. Then after Nooks, we're going to go direct to the Columbia VOR. So now we just need to continue to scroll down here, right past Nooks. Once we get there, we can just literally start typing it in, CAE. I'll show you the other way to do it. That's the Columbia VOR, and of course it's not Morocco, it's a VOR US Southeast, which is it, South Carolina, and we'll enter that. And now we'll continue to go right along. Now we're going to go direct to a fix called Cinta. So that's Charlie Yankee. And I'll check you guys out here in the chat so we can get out of here. November Tango Alpha Cinta, US Southeast. Looks good. No discrepancies there, of course. And then we go into the Shifty 5 arrival. So now what we need to do is type in our arrival airport, which is Naples, which is Kilo Alpha Papa Foxtrot. Naples Municipal. We're going to enter that. And bada bing, bada boom. Now what we want to do, that we have that in there, we want to do another procedure here. And now we're going to be loading an arrival. So we're going to enter that. And it's going to be the Shifty 5. Enter that. And it's via Cinta. Load that. Now we need to go back to the flight plan and make sure that looks good. Cinta arrival. Boom, boom, boom. And now we want to go ahead and put an approach in there. So let's go ahead and hit procedure one more time. And we're going to select the approach. Don't forget, we still have to get our clearance. This is everything that we're anticipating. Select approach. And we're going to be selecting... See, it's only got the RNAVs in here. Let's see. And I believe the RNAV is what we selected. Let me just check my Navigraph here to re-verify that. All right. Boom, boom, boom. So the approach is going to be the RNAV 23. So we're going to do RNAV 23. RNAV 23. And we're going to do it from actually off DOI, which is going to be sweet. Now we're going to enter that. Fly course reversal at off DOI. No. And minimums are off. Let's see. Okay. So the minimums for that arrival are, decision height is 313. Oh, it says barrel. So I was hoping it said RA, but we'll do 313. Actually, it won't let you do it that way, so you got to do it. Oh, let's go back this way. All right, minimums is 313. Very interesting. So we'll leave it there for now. And we're not going to activate it. We're just going to load it. So now let's look at our flight plan. And we can see here is the arrival. But if we keep scrolling down, Shifty, still into the arrival. It's quite the long flight plan. But then you can see the approach is off DOI. So once we get to a certain point on the arrival, we are actually going to make sure that we put ourselves direct. And you can see to the left, it's giving us a, let's see here. It's giving us basically our route of travel. So let's go back up top again. Okay, so it's got us starting here, the field, then we go Gilfin, icons, nooks. So we just want to make sure everything looks good in the route of travel. Cinta, that starts the arrival, of course. There goes Shifty, down, LBV. And as we start to make this right turn here, now you see it starts vector right there, but that's okay. And let me look where that is on that arrival. Okay, Shifty. T off, and then from T off, let's get a look here. So from T off, okay, so once we get to between Koch and Cogdill, we'll go direct to off doy. So once we get close to Cogdill, that's around the time we're going to end up going direct to off doy on this arrival. So all that looks good. Let's go ahead now and call for our clearance, folks. So Atlanta Center is 32,975. So what we have to do now, let's do one thing first so we can make ourselves legit. Now, just as of, we'll put our nav lights on, of course, as a word of advisement. He's also flying the same aircraft, but he's showing up as a Boeing 737 in the sim. So we're just going to disregard what that is and just figure that he's actually in a Phenom as well. So 32,975. So the way we switch our comm frequency, of course, is we use this. Now that won't be touch screen where you guys can do the comm, so you're going to have to use the scroll wheel here. There it is, 32,975. And then you just switch it over. So now we should be able to receive our clearance. Let me make sure that my flight plan is up.
Virgin 1226, cross Andre, to maintain 13,000 at 250 knots, get on altimeter 2984.
You guys let me know how that ATC is coming in. Hopefully it's
2984, cross, that was Andre at 13,000, 13,000 at 250 knots for Virgin 1226 Heavy.
Alright, so let's go ahead and call for this clearance here. Good evening, Atlanta Center, November 350 Kilo Tango here, located at Monroe Executive, is looking for IFR to Naples.
And the aircraft calling for the clearance, what was the call sign?
Call sign is November 350 Kilo Tango.
Number 350 Kilo Tango at Atlanta Center for the Naples Airport by the icons for departure. Nooks transition, then as filed. Maintain 3000, expect 50360, 10 minutes after departure. Departure this frequency, squawk 2050, hold for release.
Okay, cleared to Naples as filed, icons 4, Nooks transition, then as filed. Climb maintain 3000, expect flight level 360, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is with you, we'll be squawking 2050 on November 350 Kilo Tango.
No 350 Kilo Tango, hold for release.
And we'll be holding for release.
No 350 Kilo Tango, read back correct. Call me when you're ready.
Okay, we'll call when you're ready. We're ready to be released for November 350 Kilo Tango. Alright, so hold for release just means this is a non-towered airport, so technically we could have gotten this clearance in the air. And so we are good to go. So now what we need to do is set up our departure. So on our departure, he said climb and maintain 3,000.
Expect the visual approach runway 28, advise when you have the weather.
So now we have 3,000 in there, and then we're also going to set our initial climb speed to 215 in case we do a flight level change. And then looking at
6154, welcome to
this
Chattanooga,
departure,
338 Echo.
we can do that together. So KEQY, perfect. Let's go over to the Nooks.
1035, contact Atlanta, bridge 135.32, good night.
There we go. Departure is the icons 4. And let me check you guys out in the chat. Chat is all calm and quiet. Alright, here is this departure. So he says climb and maintain 3,000. So initial climb on
542 cross Aussie at and maintain 12,000.
You can see here you need to pick the right airport here. Okay, Charlotte Monroe Executive is where we're at. Climb on heading assigned by ATC, expect radar vectors to Guilford. Then on track 188 to Icons. Then on Nooks, transition, maintain 3,000, expect fly out So no worries. So we're going to climb on the heading. So right now we're going to almost assume that heading is going to be the runway heading.
Cargo 74 kilo, again, start slowing down to 250
So let's get the airport here and let's see exactly where we're at on the field.
Southwest 2408.
Alright, so you guys can see here, we're just basically going to have to do a left easy taxi to runway 23. We'll make sure, and the heading is 233. So let's put that heading again. I just tapped in there, 233. Bada bing, bada boom. Now that we did that, guys, we can come over here. Let's turn our flight director on. And we're going to file initial heading.
Good evening, Atlanta. This is November 71 Charlie Hotel. We're at Kilo Echo, Quebec, Yankee. I'd like to pick up for our clearance to Naples, Florida.
Delta 1567 Atlanta Center. Hello, climb and maintain full tree 0.
Alright. So, and then of course, if you guys are wondering how we put our squawk code in, you're going to come down here, hit this transponder, squawk, and you want to put code in, is 2050. Now you can see the transponder 2050 is in there, and then we'll just simply, let's look at our time, let's see, let's make sure we get a stop on that, reset, perfect. That'll be our time there, and then you can also see, here's our references and our minimums on. Our minimums are on, and they're 310 feet, as you can see there. And the, like I said, the altimeter that we have there is, let me send Greenlight a little quick message and just, I'm pretty sure he's all ready to go, but let's see. Let's just make sure he is good to go, man. He is November 71 Charlie. Alright. November 71 Charlie Hotel.
American 60 in Atlanta Center. Hello, climb and maintain follow tree 60.
Just gonna text him right now because I don't want to start if he's not ready, but we can't really talk as we want to because we have ATC on there. So everything here is set up so far. I'm asking him if he's ready for start and taxi, and if he is, we'll be good to go. So we'll just kind of hang out, and we pretty much have everything up here ready to go. So once he lets me know that he is ready for that start and taxi, then we'll be good to go. So we'll just kind of wait for his cue. In the meantime, we are just kind of hanging out here. It's a little overcast today, guys, so flying time today isn't too bad at all. We'll be flying at a cruising altitude of 360, and it's going to be an hour and 34 minutes to our first location there. Let me just text my boy and see if he is ready.
There 55, 21 descend and maintain 3000.
Alright, so we got the green light. Hey, that's funny. We got the green light from Greenlight. We are ready for start and taxi. Okay, guys, so here we go. Let's get it on and popping. You can see that's where aircraft at. We'll be going left. And taxi is going to be at our own discretion. And taxi is going to be basically just alpha, okay? So now that we have done that, we can start double checking our aircraft. Now, one thing we need to make sure is this CDI. See how it says suspended? So we need to come over here, cycle through it. GPS term, and it's suspended for whatever reason. So we need to come over here and unsuspend it before we do anything else. So,
thanks for your help, yeah. WestJet 3280, contact
make sure we go back up our departure.
Cargo X check-in first.
All right. And Gilfin will be our first one. Excuse me. So now if we do flight plan, there should be somewhere in here it says unsuspend, cancel VNAV. That's not what we want. Let's see. So let's go menu. And now we activate leg. The flight plan is active. So we are good to go there. So now it should no longer say, it still says suspended, but that should come out of, oh, here it is. There we go. We unsuspended it right here with the OBS. Alright guys, so now we can go for start. So there is no beacon over here. Let's come over here as well and make sure this is set up to our correct altimeter setting. So we need 2971. Let me just double check it one more time. And flight aware before we get out of here, guys. Then I promise you we are out. Alright, so bada bing, drum roll, 2971. Same thing, 210, 10 knots. Okay, we're good to go. Okay, guys, so to start this aircraft is not a whole lot at all. So the first thing we're going to come do is make sure our ignitions are in the auto. And so that we don't get an error, let's go ahead and do our stall test.
902 cross Andre, to maintain 13,000 at 250 knots, state line altimeter 2984.
Alright, that is complete. Alright, we'll get our bleeds on. And just make sure the parking brake is set. And let's go over here to the right side. Right side is clear. Starting engine number 2.
Atlanta Center, good evening, American 773, check it in, flight level 270.
Alright.
American 773, Atlanta Center, hello, squawk 2037.
Right engine is up and stable. So now what we can do is get this on.
Number 5521, the Montgomery Airport's
and we can get rid of GPU for now. So we'll get rid of that ground power, close GPU, boom, 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 all the doors are closed. Of course, we can check if the doors are closed as well on here. You can see this is not all good. Those shed buses are off. So we're going to need to...
American 773, radar contact, 20 miles northwest of the
bus ties to auto. So let's go ahead now and start that right engine. Or left engine, I'm sorry, we're starting the left engine. And we should see this extinguish, this bus deal. It's all in auto. So if it doesn't, we know where the buses are at. That engine is stable, guys. They come up pretty quick. So now the bleeds are off, which is no problem. Our bleeds are down here as well. So we're going to turn our bleeds on.
Skywings 910, Atlanta Center, hello, squawk 2003.
Now, normally the first time you fly this aircraft, you will have to also come over here and make sure this ECS is on. If not, it'll be off like this, and you're going to get this indicator that the ECS 1 and 2 are off, which is your pressurization system for the cab. Alright, so now you can see all of our electrical, all of our electrical is on here, so everything is green. We have good amps reading, all the buses are tied, and our battery's at 28.5 volts. So now you can get this off, the electrical, and you can check the status. All the doors are closed, so that's good to go. Now we have it where we need to have it. It is on the GPS mode, and we've got our initial heading of 233, which is our runway heading. 3,000 plugged in, and we have everything up and ready to go. And we should be ready for a good departure. So we don't need to necessarily call right now. We need to switch over and announce on this field here that we're taxiing. Monroe Executive, November 350 Kilo Tango is a Phenom 300 here at the East Parking area, and we will be taxiing to runway 23 for departure on the Icons 4 for Monroe Executive. Alright, so we switched over. You can kind of see where I'm sitting here. The seat, if you look down, is right there. So let me slide myself a little forward. You guys, there we go. You guys know how I am about my views. I'm quite picky. Alright, guys. Taxi light on and flaps set for takeoff. And we're going to make sure that they indicate right here. Flaps are indicated, set for takeoff.
Monroe
And let's just
Executive,
look at our pitch.
Phenom, November 71 Charlie Hotel, will be taxiing via Alpha to runway 23. Excuse me, runway 23 for departure to the south. Monroe traffic.
Parking brake is released. Alright guys, flying time today, like I said, is 1 hour and 33 minutes. We will get that timer all started up. I'll show you guys how to do
I got you
that.
as a 747.
I know, I think that's just, it defaults to that when it doesn't know anything better. So I guess we'll be Phenoms in real life, 747 on the screen. Alright guys, you can see our nice little taxi there. We'll go ahead and switch over.
Air 5521 runway 28 clear to land.
We'll see what heading he gives us. Atlanta Center, November 350 Kilo Tango here on Monroe Executive is number 1 in sequence, ready for departure.
Air 35 Kilo Tango, monitoring control airspace, flighting 270, runway, excuse me, you're released for departure. Clearance wait if not off in 5 minutes, not off in 10 minutes. Advise Atlanta Center on this frequency of your intentions. Frequency change approved. Call me airborne.
Okay, we'll depart heading 270. Not off in 5 minutes. We'll notify you within 10 minutes of our intentions. Frequency change approved. We'll talk to you in the air when we're on a heading of 270, number 350 Kilo Tango. Alright guys, so we did get our clearance. So he set a heading of 270, so let's get that situated here. And now that we are here, one thing we can't forget, well there's a few things we can't get. We got to go to our transponder. Now we have to get it to alt, where it's reporting 2050. And let's put in that heading of 270. Heading of 270 is going to be in there on departure, and now we can announce our departure on Unicom. And then of course let's go back and let's get our time situated, started. So we are ready to go, and of course up and strobe. Final does look clear. Monroe Executive, number 350 Kilo Tangos, entering runway 23 for departure out to the south on the Icons 4. Climbing unrestricted up to flight level or to 3,000 for Monroe traffic. Alright guys, looking left. Let's get a quick how we look. Alright, let's slow our roll here. You can see Greenlight taxi in there. Let me check you guys out in the chat one more time before we get going. Alright, there we go. Keyshawn Christopher says, "Sup bro, nice to see you live again." Thank you, Keyshawn. Alright guys, we are all lined up. And let's go flying, guys. Takeoff power is set. Airspeed is alive. Our rotation speed is about 111. All right. Pull that speed back a little bit. Landing gear up. Yaw damper on. Now we're going to get on a heading of 270. Monroe Executive traffic, November 350 Kilo Tango has vacated runway 23 out to the west now on the heading of 270 for Monroe traffic. Alright guys, flaps are coming up. We're going to bring that aircraft down. We're still hand flying it. Alright, we're going to go to autopilot here. Autopilot is engaged. Alright, let's go ahead and switch over.
Number 7 Charlie Hotel, hold for release. Is the other aircraft going?
Alright, let's bring that power back. Atlanta Center, November 350 Kilo Tango is airborne at 3000 on the heading of 270.
Air 350 Kilo Tango, Atlanta Center, ident.
Alright, so now we need to ident, which that you got to come down to the transponder and you got to click ident. And we did forget get our time started, so let's make that happen. And we're definitely speeding, so let's pull that power back.
350 Kilo Tango radar contact 20 miles southeast of the Charlotte Airport. Climb and maintain 1000 direct icons.
Up to 1000 direct icons on November 350 Kilo Tango. Alright, so 1000 direct icon, guys. So we're going to do 1000.
If not off in 10 minutes. Advise Atlanta Center on this frequency of your intentions. Frequency change.
We're going to enter that. And let's do a
2511 radar contact.
speed of 230.
You're clear to the alien airport as filed, except change handoff to arrival to read Hobbit to arrival. Go to 2511, you copy?
Alright. Now we're coming up. Now we need to come over here, go to your flight plan, and now
Go to 2511 Atlanta Center.
we're going to go direct to icons.
Go to 2511, you're clear
So
to the Atlanta
we're going
airport.
to hit this direct button,
As filed, except
icons,
change handoff to
and we're
arrival
going to
to read
activate
Hobbit
that.
to arrival.
And of course, we're going to put it on the nav. Now we'll be making a left to icons, and we're going to climb at 244 knots.
Atlanta Center, Delta 1545, requested descent.
And there we go, guys. We are truly airborne here.
1545, cross Odyssey, out of maintain 12000 at 250 knots, Atlanta altimeter.
Definitely overcast.
Cross Ozzy at 120 and 250 speed and altimeter 2985. Delta 1545.
Then 960, contact Indy 119.55.
You can see she climbs pretty nice.
American 601, contact Indy Center 119.55. American
Into the clouds we go. Hopefully we have a nice sunny arrival there.
Approach 135.32.
Would approach Delta 542, thanks for good night.
Good night. Virgin 902, contact Atlanta approach 135.32.
3532, 3532.
Delta 257 Atlanta.
Number 71 Charlie Hotel is at 3000.
Delta 251, yes sir. Your new arrival will be the Hobbit 2 arrival.
Alright, just breaking through those clouds there, guys. Alright, after takeoff checklist, gear is up, flaps are up and clean, crossing 10,000,
Charlie Hotel, Atlanta Center, hello, ident, and climb maintain 1,000.
and landing lights and taxi lights are off.
November 7 Charlie Hotel.
350 Kilo Tango, delete speed restrictions, climb and maintain level 360.
Up to flight level 360, deleting speed restrictions, November 350 Kilo Tango. Alright guys, so now we need to go back to flight level
Charlie,
change.
elevator contact 15 miles south of Charlotte Airport. Climb and maintain level 360, direct icons, delete speed restrictions.
Delete speed restriction 360 icons. November 71 Charlie Hotel.
Aircraft over meridian, stay call sign.
Now we'll just keep our climb right here to 274. Of course, it will not be so aggressive.
2074.
But we are definitely doing good. You can see if I'm pulling back a little bit, that seat was coming in there. Alright. Keyshawn Christopher says, quite fast. Yes, it is. This aircraft, I love flying it ever since I've got my hands on it. You can come back in the back, and it's pretty quiet back here. It's a pretty comfortable ride for the passengers. As we are skirting above those Charmin-looking clouds out there, guys. Alright, let's see if we can get a little closer.
2511, descend via the Hobbit
So
to
that
your
seat
arrival,
doesn't
and
come in there.
2985.
And we are off and at 'em, guys. Greenlight is airborne and not that far behind us, and you can take a look here and see that we are most certainly direct to icons.
Delta 82, radar service terminated.
And then once we get to icons, the next waypoint is going to be Nooks, of course. So we are continuing right there on course, and everything is looking good here after checklist. After takeoff checklist has been completed already. So yeah, guys, we just need to keep this thing rolling and keep an eye on. And this is in kilograms, by the way, the fuel, not pounds. So the good thing about this, if you want to come over here and kind of.
Radar service terminated. Fixture approved. You have a good one.
All right, we're going over Unicom. Hey, thanks a lot for your ATC services. We'll see you next time. November 350 Kilting. All right, so we're out of there for that. So let's come over here. Boom, boom, boom. We are on our own on Unicom, which we're used to. And while this is happening, we can get that off. Of course, we got to add a minute or two to that since we started the clock late. Alright, we're getting ready to pass that transition altitude. I was under the impression that you push this thing and it'll go to standard, but it absolutely doesn't. So we got to put that back in the standard ourselves. And of course, we need to put it in standard up here as well on the backup. Alright, 29902, and it's cool, it gives it in meters as well over here. Which will work good for flying in China. Apparently they fly on meters. So the aircraft is at this point doing a phenomenal job on its climb. Those engines are only at 92%, and it still has us climbing at 20,400 feet at a vertical speed of 2,300 pitch up. So that is awesome, guys. Let's go ahead and get us one of those trusty dusty flybys that we haven't done yet. See, the aircraft is yawing for enough of that funny business. It's kind of loud out there, man. And see, we're getting a little bit of turbulence here. Not a big deal. And we are cruising right along. Our next flight plan is actually, I think it'll be a little bit of less flying time. Don't give me the line. Yeah, our next route will be from Naples, Florida, over to Cancun. That's only an hour and 16 minutes. So we're doing pretty good here, guys. We probably won't have any ATC there, so that'll be a very easy kind of situation where we can get up and get out of there, if you will, really quick. We're flying an RNAV departure this time into Naples. So the cool thing is that we don't even have to really worry about programming any frequencies. We already have our actual even our minimum setup for that approach. So now you can see here we got Mach 6.0 on the climb. We'll increase that a little bit. It's going to pitch down, pick up some more speed, and then go back up since we're still in the flight level change mode. So far this aircraft is very fun to fly. And yeah, she's doing good. Not a whole lot. And another thing we forgot to take off to check out is this takeoff config, which obviously we were configured correctly, or we wouldn't have had a takeoff like we did. But nonetheless, when you're doing your after action review, you always want to keep it real with yourself and figure out what you missed. So in this one, we missed the time and the takeoff config situation here. So you can see here, this is the Aerobask rendition of the Phenom 300, and you can see here it's very highly detailed. I mean, it's got a lot of information here for us to use. So this G1000 is a very useful avionics suite, and you can see here you can easily get other information over here just by clicking these quick line select keys. Yeah, so you can see here where I got the COM1 on, as well as the COM1 mic, and so on and so forth. So that's how you switch your comms up. As far as tuning in to your audible beacons, here it is. This doesn't necessarily need to be on unless you want to actually hear those beacons once you're capturing those signals from those vortex, better known as VORs. Alright, we have less than 10,000 to go here, guys, and she's still doing quite nice on the climb. We're just going to keep it right here, 6.2. If you look at our ground speed, we're doing about 337 knots over the ground. And then after we finished, we get direct to this waypoint. We'll then be going direct to the Columbia VOR. Alright, less than 6,000 to go. Alright, did a little throat clear in there. One thing we also want to check, of course, is our pressures, since we are flying up to such a high altitude. All right, this is our oxygen levels, hydraulic pressure, let's keep this bigger for now. You can also come here and take a look at the fuel. You can see these are here in kilograms. We have a total of 1,726 kilograms of fuel, which is more than enough for our ride on over to Naples, which we will have to refill once we get there. All right. Yeah, so everything is looking good so far. All right, let me check you guys out in the chat here while we're continuing to climb. You can see we pitched down just a little bit. We'll increase the Mach speed here once we get level. All right, we have, excuse me. Keyshawn Christopher says, I just came out of an X-Plane, did a flight with an ATR 72-600 from Dominica to St. Kitts. How did that go for you, Keyshawn? Chief Sim Pilot says, yo, Dre, what's up, Chief? Glad you're checking in. Dave McKee says, bogey! Yes, it is. And he's asking, Keyshawn Christopher's asking, is it a Cessna citation? This is not a Cessna citation. Dave McKee responded, it's a Phenom 300. And Keyshawn Christopher says K. So thanks everybody for joining the stream here and checking us out. Again, we just took off from Monroe Executive in North Carolina and we are headed over to Naples, Florida. We have Greenlight flying, trailing us in his Phenom 300, which obviously shows up as a Boeing 737, which he says I do too in his sim, and that's just because they don't have a model probably for the Phenom 300 and all the IA aircraft that you get when you use the X-Pilot plugin. So we show up as Boeing 737. So there you go. So we're flying from Monroe Executive all the way over to Naples, Florida, where we'll drop these passengers off. Then we're getting another set of passengers, and then we are on our way to Cancun, which is this aircraft's final destination today. And yeah, you can see we've slowed up quite a bit here on this climb, but we will most certainly switch that up here once we get past this next 5,000 feet or so, or 1,000 feet I should say. And then don't forget, this doesn't have auto throttles, so and I do apologize, we took off with no flight controls, guys, so that's shame on me. I knew I was going to forget something, so I knew I forgot the flight controls. I have them here for you, but I didn't put them up, so remind me to get the flight controls on once we take off, or once we land and then take back off, so you guys will get those flight controls on the second one if you remind me. Now what we can do is increase the speed. Now that we are reaching our final cruising altitude, we are picking up on the speed, of course. We don't want Greenlight passing us, that's for sure. Keyshawn Christopher says it was fun flying today when he took his ATR 72-600 from Dominica to Kitts. And you know what, Keyshawn? We still need to, Greenlight and I were talking about, we are going to fly into there at some point. And because that's such a limited airport and the approaches are limited in Dominica, we want to figure out how we can get in there and have a good touchdown and really showcase that field. You guys can see it is a little bit bumpy here right now. And let me go check our VATSIM scope. So as you can see here on the VATSIM scope via Vatastic, we are flying just east of the Atlanta center airspace, and it doesn't look like we have anything going on here except free and clear skies for us. And we'll be traveling here to Naples. Then of course we're gonna go right off and fly right across the way so we can go to Cancun. So ought to definitely be an interesting one. Not expecting any type of weather. As you can see here on the weather forecast, there's no weather. There's definitely weather here on the west coast today where I live. You can see coming out more, there's a weather system here that's just passing through, and you can see quite a bit of partly cloudy situations here, but we're not focused on that side, we're focused on the east side today. So that's where Greenlight and I are at, and as you can see we are pretty close this time, so we'll make sure we're diligent enough to do our pilot callouts once we get close so that we can ensure spacing. Hopefully I get down to see him land, but if not, it is what it is. And Keyshawn says yep, and he loves the Caribbean. I do too. All right. So we've definitely picked up. And Will Burke is requesting an exterior view. No problem. Let me just make sure we are not accelerating too fast. I'm about to pull that power back now, because honestly, we have to remember the flight level change only controls it in the ascent. So a lot of people think that it controls your surfaces. What flight level change does, it actually controls the pitch to match the speed that you're doing. Now it will decrease under that speed if your pitch is too high and the engines can't keep up. The speed will start falling off even in flight level change mode. So you can see there, we're just about where we want to be. I'm pulling that power back, and we'll get your outside view, Will, and just give me 1 second here to make sure we don't overspeed. So let's go ahead and do a outside view. Look how close Greenlight is. Did you guys see that? He is literally close enough. You guys can literally see Greenlight back there. There he is right there. All right. Keyshawn says that he is from Dominica, and I do remember talking to you before, Keyshawn. I think Greenlight and I did. Will Burke says, nice aircraft. Yes, Will Burke, let me give you a little tour of the aircraft. It's a pretty nice aircraft all the way around. Let's take a peek.
My bad, Dre, my bad.
Hey, no worries, Greenlight. We know how close we are now, so we'll just be mindful of that, and I know you'll do a great job of the spacing, and if you want, I can vector as well so that we can make sure that we keep that spacing between us.
No, you stay where you're at. I went around just because I'm slowing down because I'm getting a tailwind that's out of this world.
Okay, roger that. Yeah, I got the winds. It looks like mine are coming off of the right side of the aircraft, but roger that. I'll just continue on course, and you let me know if I need to make any changes, brother. All right, so
Roger.
we're looking good. That's Greenlight again behind us. We were just making sure that we're not too close for spacing. Anyway, Will, here is the aircraft modeled very nicely. If you guys go check the real Phenom, you'll go ahead and see that it is modeled exactly like it. And it's got the G1000 suite on the inside. The textures are pretty awesome here, guys. And you can see the little curtain that separates the cabin from the cockpit. Here's the small panel above for the lights. And of course, if you click the light, they come on. You see that? Click the right light, it comes on for the first officer. And if we jump in the back, let me pick up on that speed a little bit. I don't want that much. Here's the back. Okay, standing, that's at a seat, but I made it. Here we go. So if you're standing kind of in the back, you can see they've got some nice chalices there for some adult beverages, of course. And we have a nice little couch right here. Look at the carpets. Even looks, they did a great job on the carpet texturing as well. Yeah, and then of course in the back here you can open this up and you can see the cargo area, the seats and everything back there. That might even be a latrine. See if we can get that closed. Whatever I did, I didn't close it, that's for sure. I think it has something to do with the bathroom back there. Let's go and take a look at that, guys. So here we are walking through our aircraft. Don't mind us. Yes, and it's actually a bathroom, guys. Look at this. You've got your own view in the restroom. You got your sink here. And I'm pretty sure... Oh, look at that. That's cool. Water comes out. That's pretty cool, guys. I didn't know it did that. Of course, you have the latrine here. And you've got some cabinetry here. And, yeah, guys, that is really slick. Let's make sure we close this door here. Look at that, guys. Here in the latrine on our Phenom. So this aircraft even has a restroom here, folks. Outstanding. We'll come back to this view here in a little bit. Let me go back up and check on the aircraft speed. There we go. I knew we were going to pick up. So yeah, Dave McKee says they have some nice airports in Dominica. He says, what are some nice airports in Dominica? GA type. Keyshawn Christopher says the Barbados. Dave McKee, Barbados only has one airport, LOL. My honeymoon was there, Dave McKee says. Will Burke says a luxurious experience, and Keyshawn Christopher says that's cool. Yeah, man. This, this once I got this aircraft, this literally went to the #1 of my private jets. Now, one aircraft that I haven't flown in a while, which is also the private jet made by Aerobask, which is also the private jet category, is the Aerobask 550 Eclipse 550. So I do have that. And that one has the GTN 750 in there, although it's not the third-party one I have. That one they actually modeled in the creation of that aircraft. So we'll fly that sometime soon. But yeah, loving this aircraft. And the funny story is, I've been buying, so I've been flying X-Plane Die Hard since 2018. Basically, when I leveled up my computer, it's something that can handle it. And ever since then, I've bought everything off the xplane.org store. Well, Greenlight said, hey, Dre, you should get this Phenom 300. So when I went on the org store to get it, I noticed that it said, use X amount of points to get the aircraft. So then I didn't even realize I had loyalty reward points. Bottom line up front, guys, I had enough reward points to pick this aircraft up, no charge. As well as the Jar Design A330, which I haven't streamed yet. So amazingly enough, I didn't pay anything. I paid something for this aircraft, just not directly. I did it indirectly through time, getting those reward points. So my little PSA to you guys is pay attention to your reward points. And Will Burke says, I'm flying the A340 right now. It's a tank, tough to land. Dave McKee says, don't get me started on that A340. L to the OL. I don't have the A340 yet, guys. I just picked up the A330, so I got the 350, the 319, 320 by Jar Design, 321 by Tolis, which also the 319s by Tolis, and then the A330 by Jar Design as well. So there you go. So what do you guys say? Let's look at our flying time right now. So we're about 26 minutes into it. Add about 3 minutes of that, so really about 29 minutes into it because we didn't get the clock started as we should. So that definitely has us under an hour of landing. Now, Greenlight and I talk about the VNAV on this. And Keyshawn says, LOL. We talk about the VNAV on this thing, and it's just a wonderful VNAV. The VNAV on here, if anybody has flown the Q400-8 or the -8 Q400 Majestic on either Microsoft Flight Simulator X or better known as FSX, or on P3D version 4, the VNAV in this acts and performs somewhat similar to the -8. Meaning is that it's not your traditional VNAV from like your commercial flying aircraft where it's in the VNAV mode and then you just set the target altitude in your MCP, and then it'll do that once it gets to the top of the descent. That's not how this works. Hi Benga, how you doing? Thanks for checking in. The VNAV in this aircraft, you have to arm it before each point. You've got to make sure you arm the vertical speed, and then once that VNAV comes down, it will capture it. Otherwise, if you don't arm the vertical speed, it won't. The VNAV, you'll see the caret will come down, but it won't capture that. And we'll look at and see what our first VNAV, because we have to look at our arrival, which is what we're going to do here in a second. So let's catch back up. Dave McKee says Tolis has officially lost their freaking minds if they think they can get away with $100 for that plane. They are good, but they ain't no PMG. Dave McKee says, I know that's a little bit steep. Binga says, haven't tuned in a flight in a while. Well, Binga, you're back now. That's all that counts. Brian Harris says, congratulations on this channel. I definitely follow. I learned about award points and 9,000 points. Had no idea. Duh. I know, Brian. Man, I found it. I told my wife, man, I felt like I hit the jackpot. I'm like, what? Man, you had 9,000 points. So I know you bought a grip of stuff, or you didn't have to buy it. You used those points. That's crazy. Keyshawn Christopher says I have fly. Let's see. Keyshawn, I think after school tomorrow I'm gonna fly a 767. He says he's gonna fly a 767. Then he says I have fly it, me, bro. I'm just kind of catching up. Nice, Keyshawn. Yeah, I like the 767. You know, I'm looking to get a better landing in it. Will Burke said he got some nice scenery with his points. Yeah, I started to get the scenery, but then I said, man, I'm going to kill it and get some more mods for the aircraft, payware. Because I find that the scenery is a little bit easier on the pocketbook, if you know what I mean. It's usually cheaper to get, and they still have sales. But yeah, and I still have a couple of different points, so... Thanks, guys. Again, Brian, thanks for saying congratulations on this channel. Then you'll definitely follow. I appreciate you. Guys, if you haven't, smash that like button. Give me a sub, if you will, and we'll keep doing this thing here as much as we can. Flying right along. So, during this flight, we are going to be using RNAV on the arrival. So, there's not a whole lot to do in this for the RNAV. So, we don't have to switch our CDI or course direction indicator to be on nav 1 for ILS. This will we'll just put it in the approach mode once we're approaching that initial approach fix, and then it will be in the correct profile for our RNAV approach, so that it can also have some type of vertical cues for the aircraft to pitch up or pitch down, whatever, or pitch down rather. So let's go ahead and now let's take a look at our arrival. Our cruise is good. And we seem to be stable on our power at 84.9% on the N1, so we're good there. Let's come over here. Benga says, Dre, I'm about to do this landing here in KDEN, aka Denver International Airport. Benga, man, have a great landing. I hope you butter it. Let me know how it went once you get on the ground. Let me know how it went, Papa. Alright, guys, so we now have to switch the airport on over to the correct one now for arrival, which is Kilo Alpha Papa Foxtrot. Naples next. And of course, we can't really rely on this. See, this is still back to 2053 Zulu. It's not that time anymore. We're past that. Dave McKee says KDEN is a great airport. Yes, I agree, guys. Matter of fact, the next time I fly into Denver, is going to be one of them where I actually have new scenery, because I found some scenery that I'm going to use for that. It's a good airport, but it's got a lot of runways. Yes, I actually like the fact that it has a lot of runways. It's got 8, 7. I believe it's either 3-4 or 3-5, or both. I think there's a 3-4 and a 3-5, plus all your southern facing runways. So basically, the cool thing about that, whichever way the winds go, you can get in and out of there, because most of the runways are at least 12,000 feet. So for your crosswind takeoff and landings is not an issue, because you've got runways that can basically get you face into that wind for a good approach and arrival into that area. So, yep, Dave McKee says it has like 5 or 6 runways. That's correct. So, let's take a look at a few things. One of them being the arrival, which is the Shifty 5, which definitely sounds a little shifty. Sounds a little suspect, you know what I mean? Like, we got to keep our eyes on this arrival, because it's doing some nefarious things because it's shifty. That's a little Jeppesen chart humor. If you guys want to use that, no charge. Go ahead. Alright, guys, so you can see here, this is the Shifty 5. Dave McKee says some are like almost 2 millimeters from the terminal. They'll be so far there in their own post. That is true, man. You come in on the 3.5, especially I think it's 3.5 right, way over there. The taxi is crazy. And Greenlight says, Dave, I saw some of your vids the other night. Very nice. I sub. Yes, Dave. You definitely got to do a Dave McKee video binge again, because I was out of town and coming back, I haven't had a chance to do it. But yes, Dave, your videos are so peaceful and also entertaining as well as informational. Dave McKee says, thank you very much, Greenlight. Absolutely, man. We got to give love where love is due, Dave. Man, you got some high quality stuff, and you always support the channels. So appreciate you, Dave. Appreciate you, my friend. All right, so let's stop messing around here. Let's do one thing here. Let's look here and see what where we're direct to right now, which you guys can also use this inset here. So if I want to change the range, you can see it's changing on that inset. And you can see Cinta. And we can also declutter the airports in here, but I like to leave them on there just in case of emergency. So we'll get it about to 50 nautical miles. So right now we are direct Cinta. We can also double check that here as well. If you go to the flight plan, you can see here this magenta little arrow says we're direct Cinta, and we've got about 69 nautical miles. I believe we do. Now look here, guys, I don't see any altitude restrictions here, so we're gonna need to get to work here. Let's come back in the aircraft. Not that you guys ever left, I did. I was looking out. Now, Cinta, we don't have any type of altitude restrictions or speed restrictions, but our first one is at NPIN. Expect to be below flight level 310. So let's make sure that that's in there. So we're just going to scroll. All right, there's NPIN, and we can see NPIN. So now we need to put some restrictions in there for the VNAV to recognize game, if you will. Meaning if we don't have this in there, it's not even going to help us out at all, folks. It will not descend at all. So let us make something happen here. It would be nice if we could use this. And we can. So it is 310. So 31,000 feet. And then we're going to hit enter on that. So now we have 31,000 feet. Let's go back here and check something out. Let's hit menu now that we're highlighted on there and check something out. Activate leg. Load airway. We don't need to do any of that. Delete approach, collapse. Okay, so we don't need to do any of that. So I was just seeing if it allowed us to give us above or below. But now we have 31,000 feet programmed in here, and you can see that has taken a hold into our situation here. So 31,000 feet, and we can assume that's only a difference of 5,000 feet. So around 15 to 20 nautical miles, we'll descend down that 5,000 feet or whatever the case may be, so we don't have to worry about that. And that's when we get closer to NPIN. Let's go ahead, guys, and let's get a look outside. Everything is looking copacetic there. Look at that view, guys. Let's just take a moment there and just take a look at that pretty view. Nice. That's the east coast of Florida, if you will. And you can see pretty much, if we go to the first officer side, you look to the right, we're pretty much on cloud cover and on the landmass of Florida right now. Anyway, let's get back to work, guys. We don't have a whole lot of time. So from NPIN, now we have to look at our next restriction, which is basically nothing. Once we get to NPIN, we can start descending to shifty down to flight level 180. Alright, so as you can see here, flight level 180, flight level 180, so you don't want to be any lower than that. And then going into this waters here, we can be at 11,000 for waters. And we need to be basically, because it's not telling us it's any lower, we need to be at 18,000 right here at shifty. So let's put flight level 180. Even though it's not giving us a hard where we need to be at, you can see here the minimum safe altitudes on this leg right here is 180. So that tells us at shifty we can be at 18,000 feet. And it also tells us from waters to Mazzy we can be at 11,000 feet, or actually we can be at 10,000 feet at Mazzy. So Boom, boom, boom. Let's throw something in here too. It says, Captain Nate says, yo, Dre, did you know if you hit your speed bug to whatever speed you're at now and then hit CSC on the MCP, you will almost have auto throttle. Oh, so let's try that. I haven't tried that. So let's get our speed bug to where we're at now, and normally you can just okay, so I'm gonna do that right now. Let's try that. Alright, we'll keep it right there. Now we're gonna hit CSC. So I've got it on CSC right now. Nate, Chief Sim Pilot, says he's back. Now, when it's on CSC, I'm assuming this needs to be right here. So we're going to keep that right there where it's locked in. And let me see if I hit that CSC, what all that does as far as visual cues. All right, now it's green. So now I'm assuming when it's green that it's going to keep us there. So that's pretty awesome. And I didn't know that, Captain Nate, so I appreciate you. Look at Captain Nate helping a brother out. So now we're going to keep it here, and we're going to... Yes, it did turn green. Okay, good. So now it's on. So, guys, Captain Nate's putting us on to something here, and I'm assuming we're going to see now. And Nate, Captain Nate, does this... So if I dial the speed back, will it bring the speed back, or do I still have to do that manually? Just curious. And I'm going to have to investigate this CSC mode here. So that is definitely very interesting that we're able to do that. And Dave says, welcome back, Chief. All right, guys. So without further ado, let's keep making sure we have our points. So we said at Shifty, we want to be at 18,000 feet. So I'm going to go into the VNav now. And now at Shifty, we will... Captain Geo, yo, what is good, my man? Thanks for joining the stream, guys. So at Shifty now, we're going to put in 18,000 feet. And we're going to hit enter. So now we've got 18,000 feet at Shifty, and we are going to continue to look and see what else we got. All right, guys. Captain Nate says it's manual. No, now if you look on your N1s, the thrust percentage will stay in the blue range and will adjust itself within that range to keep your speed. Got you. So what he's saying, so let's go check here. Alright, so here's, now you can see it says CSC up there, and then there's the blue tick mark to keep it in that range right there. Actually, it's the green, if you will, it's green, and the little tick mark is blue. So now it'll keep our N1 right where it's at. And so basically I just think what it does is it allows you to adjust the N1 so that you can maintain a certain speed. So that's pretty cool. That makes perfect sense. Captain Nate says, sorry, can't type on my phone. No worries, Captain Nate. I appreciate you. That's very good information that we got there, guys. So let's go outside really quick and see if we can see the proximity of Greenlight again. It's kind of loud out here. All right. So you can see he gave us a little bit more distance there, being the professional that he is. And so let's look at our next situation. And we definitely want to get this codule. We want to be at this at 3,000. Because there's Naples right there. So we can start descending 5,000. So we can be at Koch at 3,000, if you will. So we're going to do Koch at 3,000. Actually, we'll do Cogdill at 3,000. You can see we're getting a little bit of chop. All right, 3,000 feet. And let's see, we got 18 there. Let's look somewhere else and see what we got. Greenlight says, Dre, don't put in 18,000. That's only the MSA, minimum safe altitude. You don't have to put that in. Got you. And let me see, he's texted me as well. So this is Greenlight, and he says, call me. Don't put in 18. No, sir. Got you. Let me see. Let me ask him, what is he going to put in? Let's see, I'm asking him what he's going to put in for shifty. All right, Chiefs and pilots, big up and everybody. Everybody knows everybody in the chat, which is the bomb. All right, guys, so let's take a look at our flight plan some more here. You can see the planes rocking around a little bit. All right, so we're direct bow cap. 48, 30, shifty. Let's see here. And one other thing we could do is also look at the approach. Let's see here. Okay, let me give Greenlight a call really quick, guys. I'm going to step off camera really quick, give you guys this view. I'll be right back with you. I'm going to give him a call. That's how we roll. Hey, appreciate it. It's fun, bro. All right. Later. All right, guys, I'm back on camera. So, Greenlight was just giving me some best practices. So basically, what we did is since there's only one really restriction here at this flight level 310, we're just going to keep that in there. And then even though, so what I was doing, which could still be right, again, these altitudes here are minimum safe altitudes. So what I was doing is just stepping it down each one, but based off the fact that the VNav will actually still calculate how far we need to descend to be at Codgel, we're just going to leave this to 3,000. And again, the reason why we got that 3,000, here's another minimum safe altitude. So it's saying at Codgel, the minimum safe altitude is 3,000. Okay, so between Koch and that, you'd want to be on 3,000, but that at least tells us at Cogdale we could be at 3,000. So that's why we chose that, and then the rest will be depending on the approach. So another thing to pay attention to, and I'll check you guys out in the chat what we were looking at, we'll zoom in on it, is this right here. You want to make sure this is 3 degrees on the glide slope. So I did change it. You just do the same thing. Make sure you move this over, highlight it, and hit 3, and it changed it. And this is our active VNav waypoint. It's 31,000 feet at in-pin. So, and time to descend is 9 minutes, and that's when we start descending down, guys. So, this aircraft is really, really an interesting one to fly, and I'm having lots of fun doing it. These aircraft are super fun to fly because they get you out of the wheelhouse of just flying the commercial aircraft and all what those do. Dave McKee says, finally dinner, yummy. That's right, Dave, man, get that dinner in. And Captain Nate says, Greenlight, my man. Yep, man, between Captain Nate and Greenlight, I'm gonna have this aircraft all learned backwards and forwards, guys. So yeah, it's definitely again, this is my first stream in this aircraft, guys, so I'm loving it so far. So now what we did, so take a look at this, guys. We have VNav path arm, but it won't arm until you actually set in your target altitude, which is not your current altitude. Then you're going to hit the V path, and then once we see the caret up here, we're going to arm the vertical speed mode. And usually once it gets close enough, it'll start following it down right away. But you have to arm the vertical speed mode in order for this to work, or we will have nothing good at all. So we'll see that here in a few minutes. And of course, you always want to square up your heading, which you can see I'm doing right now. And there we go, guys. So we have our 2 basic descent profiles set up for the 31,000 at in-pin and then 3,000 at Cogsdale. Now let's go look at the approach, guys. All right, so we're doing the RNAV 0.23. We already established what those the minimums are. You can see here 313, and you can see here it would let us go to 313, but we got 310. And the Command Sergeant Major's in here checking in. Let me mute the microphone really quick. Talk to my lovely wife. All right, sorry about that. It was just chit-chatting with the wife. She was actually being sweet, trying to feed a brother. So what we'll do is once we land, I'll take maybe a 5-minute break once we're on the ground, getting the next flight situated, and I'll get something to eat. She made me some taquitos, so looks like you're not going to be the only one eating, Dave McKee. All right. So, ironic thing is my co-pilot, my cat, right down by my rudder pedal, so hopefully nothing goes on there. Nothing happens when we do our descent. All right, we got 5 minutes, so let's quit messing around here. So we've got our minimums. Let me see something here. Let's see if we can just put in 313, which I think we can. It just wouldn't let us do it on the other feature, and it won't. It still says it won't let you do it. It does rounded numbers. And Dave McKee says, don't forget the controls cam. I promise you I won't, Dave. Thank you. Matter of fact, on the descent, I'm just going to put the controls cam on. So, let's come back here, guys. Now, off DOI, which really could require a procedure turn, but we're not going to. We're not going to do a procedure turn. We're just going to be going direct to off DOI once we get to Cogsdale, and that'll make us a nice little turn there. So, in our initial approach fix, of course, guys, we need to be at 2,100 feet. So, that potentially will already be in there. Let's take a look at that. And it is. Look at that right there, guys. Off DOI, 2,100 feet, so it already knows that. So, once we get to... let me see, what's the name of it? I'll tell you right now. Once we get here to Cogdale, we most certainly will be making that happen, guys. Right now, we are direct to Wosack. Hope you guys are enjoying this flight. I appreciate you guys flying around today with us today. And we're cruising right along here. ATC is a non-factor. The skies are very clear. Make for some good flying here. Let's see if we can get some information on the weather in our field, which is Naples. All right, she just wants some attention. Come here. Here she is. I'm telling you, my co-pilot, she ought to be flying too. She continuously goes between my legs. I think she's purring right now, so I think she's a happy co-pilot. Guys, what do you guys think? Say hello. And ironically, this cat's name in Spanish is just Gata. She's got several nicknames, but her name is Cat. So Cat, introduce yourself as Cat. There she is, co-pilot. All right, now stop walking around Daddy's legs. And she just wants to sit here. She doesn't even want to move. You gotta go somewhere, mamita. All right, come on over here. Lay down here, mamas. There you go. My little happy co-pilot. She's always here. And Zachy says, "Do you have packs?" I do, but I don't have that. I don't have the program for the packs. So we got about 2 minutes and 42 seconds until we start descending down, guys. So we are most certainly gonna make it happen. All right, 2 minutes and 20 seconds or so till we get to our top of descent, and then we're going to see some information up in here as well once we get close enough to where that carrot comes down. So once we see it light up here, which will probably be in a minute of getting to the top of descent, we will most certainly make it happen, guys. Got about a minute. Then we'll arm our vertical speed mode and go from there. Got about a minute and 30 seconds here, guys. See something here. V speeds, more options about. I also got to find out what this I gotta find out what this CPL heading is. Do you have packs? Even better than packs. All right, so this caret comes right at a minute. So now you guys can see the magenta vertical nav speed caret or indicator is here. So it'll start falling as we get closer to our top of descent. So I know we didn't have the music on that much, but let's go ahead and shut it off. So now what we need to do, guys, is we need to come over here to our situation. We need to hit vertical speed. Now the vertical speed is armed. Once that caret comes down, it will catch it right here and it'll start our descent. And then we'll have to take it, I'm assuming, off of this cruise with the CSC, and we'll have to get that off for our descent. So we kind of missed our calling there for the aircraft to descend. So now we got to go catch it. So I should have already been in a profile. I should have already been nose down. Let's catch it really quick. All right. And we're going to bring that speed back. Now you can also come here and click in this box. And we can go negative 1900. So we didn't do that right. Let's go about 2000. So I should have already had it maybe like 100 feet down. That's when it's going to catch it. So you can't just have it in the vertical speed. You got to have it to where you almost start about 100 feet down, then it'll catch it. So let's catch that on the VNAV. We're going to nose down so we can catch the vertical speed on the VNAV, and then it will automatically take over. That's if we do catch it.
Naples traffic, November 71 Charlie Hotel, Phenom 300 descending on the 55 arrival out of flight level 360 for 310. Naples traffic.
Alright, so we'll try that again. So next time I know exactly what we'll do when we start moving it. We'll make sure we have to have it, let's say, pitch down by a negative 100 on the vertical speed, and then it'll catch it. Because as you see, it blew right past it. It didn't grab it because even though I was on the vertical speed, I didn't have it set up to where it was actually descending already to catch that caret. So we're about to start balancing our lives out here. Then we'll have another 8,000 or 8 minutes until our top of descent to be at 300 at Cogshill. So now we're going to throw in the power. So that VNAV capture didn't go well at all, guys. But we're going to do it again. So now we'll put in 3,000 for the next VNAV profile. Alright, so we're just going to make sure we keep our speed up. We dropped a lot of speed on that there. I'm going to pick up some speed quite quickly so we can ensure we keep our distancing here. Naples traffic, number 350 Tango's a Phenom 300 at flight level 310, currently on the Shifty 5 arrival direct to Vouch, or Naples traffic. Alright. Now it's time to bring that speed back. We're going to be right under that barber's pole. So another thing you got to pay attention to on this aircraft is our weights. Our current weight is 75.21 kilograms, and there is actually a chart. Flap 2, ice protection, da-da-da. Let's see, we're 75. It looks like our flap full landing speed is going to be about 115. That's without ice on. If it's with the icing and the wing stab on, then it will be 121. So I think 120 or so is a good place to keep it. So remind me, once we start our descent in, we'll get our controls on for the rest of our descent. We've got about 3 minutes and 50 seconds to the top of our next descent. So we're not going to make the same mistake this time. Alright guys, and then we'll take a look at the field here. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the field, what it looks like. I wonder if it's going to show us here already on the arrival here. Once we get closer to, oh, here we are. We're already on the arrival, so now you can see we're making that right turn towards Shifty. Very clean flying. Speed is bleeding down just a little bit. All right, 3 minutes. All right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and get those controls on now before I forget. All right, they're good to go. Those controls are on. And Dave saying nice frames. Yep, we're at 5149 frames, so we're doing pretty good here. This aircraft is very low on the frames. So once we get into the field, we're coming on runway 23, of course. So we're going to be coming on runway 23, and general aviation and terminal parking is over here. So we'll have to back taxi on Alpha, probably cross runway 32 again and go there, because we will be going to the general aviation terminal right here, so that we can disembark these passengers and get out of here again and get the other passengers on and get going. Let's go ahead and double check. We got about 1 minute and 35, so we're going to try this again, guys. So in about a minute, we're going to see that carrot come up again, and then we're going to handle that. All right. About 6 seconds. Dave McKee just exit at Bravo to left and then straight into the GA ramp. Appreciate you, Dave. It's probably what we'll do. Okay, there goes the carrot. So now let's go ahead and try this. Now once we see it moving, we're just going to put it into about a vertical speed mode of about 100 feet per down. vertical speed of negative 100 pitch down, and it should catch it. All right, about 34 seconds. We're going to try it again. And this is just saying our distance to go to heading 184 is in 6 seconds. So we're getting ready to start another turn. All right, guys, here we go. You guys can see it's on the move. Now we're going about a negative 100 feet down. Let's see if it catches it. It still didn't catch it. Wonder what's up with that. It caught it before. I can't believe it's not catching it now. Very peculiar as to why it didn't catch it. And we're all set up. We had the VNav going. So we'll see if we can catch that VNav. Keep our speed modest there. Still quite curious as to why we didn't catch. It should have picked up that VNav. I did it before and it picked it up just fine. So we'll keep messing with that. Let's see, it was armed. Maybe I needed to arm it and rearm it again. But nonetheless, so we'll stay pitched down as we are. Hopefully we catch the vertical profile. Let me see what it says now down here. Let's see. VS required 23 and we have 25. So we'll eventually catch it. So it still gives you, and there's a vertical deviation of about plus 400 feet. All right, so we'll still be just fine. And once it catches it, we should be just fine. And watch, once it catches up to it, it actually activates, you know, it'll fly the path. So at this current rate, we'll be just fine. All right, guys, and we are direct to Mazzy. Naples traffic, November 350 Kilo Tango is a Phenom 300, currently descending on the Shifty 5, direct to Mazzy at 25,200 feet, expecting full stop runway 23 for Naples traffic. All right, so watch what happens when it catches it. Once it catches it, it's actually going to arm itself, and then it will be following that VNav path. See? Now it's got the VNav path. So it just simply will not catch it. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here now?
Autopilot.
Well, let's get that autopilot off.
High speed.
Did you guys see that? So that's got to be a glitch.
High speed. High speed.
Man, what is going on here? All right, guys. Let's go ahead and go back to the vertical speed mode. Man, that was crazy. We got that, so definitely some issues there with that aggressive autopilot. Yeah, so we still got to watch it. It's still glitchy, but if you figure in all the things that they have to do to make these things fly right, you know, we can't really blame them. It can't be perfect all the time. So that was crazy. All right, so the altimeter there is 299.5. And now that we got that under control, yeah, it's still saying time to top of descent, so I'm gonna go to about 1,800 feet. So yeah, guys, that was so you got to watch that. Apparently, it's still glitchy. As I say to myself all the time, that is what happens when you keep pressing buttons. That's right. We almost fell out of the sky. We did. Chief says, "Dang, aggressive autopilot." Man, did you guys see that? So yeah. So Dave, I better stop pushing buttons like that. In other words. After okay, we're okay. We'll stay at about 270 on the speed here for descent. And it should still get us to about where we need to be. You see, we're at 1900. It's still got us, it's still trying to calculate us for another. And you can see, so we'll be descending there a little early. So what we can do is we can pitch ourselves up. We'll do about 1,400 feet per minute. And then you can see this thing is going to start moving. See that? Until we either get to 3,000 first or walk this down, because now we're not descending as aggressively. Naples traffic, November 350 Kilo Tango is descending on the Shifty 5 direct Moemo at currently at 14,100, expecting full stop runway 23 for Naples traffic. All right, guys. We are going to make it happen. We got our flight controls up. We got a hold of this aircraft. Again, this is my first stream in this aircraft, so let's take a look at where we're at on this approach. All right, on this, oh, that's on the arrival, I should say, on the star. All right, guys, back to that. See, I told you guys there was going to be some shifty stuff on the Shifty. Now, one thing we got to do, once we get to Cogdale, we're immediately going to start going over to our initial approach fix, which we said is going to be Off-Doy. See, the time is kind of backing down because we stopped our descent so aggressively. And I like our speed. We want to come in nice and easy, so. And keep in mind, too, guys, you can absolutely come over here. And let's try something here. Let's say we wanted to go to 1200 negative and hit enter. There we go. That's how you do. Last time I did the number, I did the negative first, then the number, but you got to do the number, then the negative, and it will come down. So that's how you kind of work that piece, guys. So don't make the same mistake that I've made before. It's kind of like a Middle Eastern accent I'm rolling for you, and I have plenty of experience in the Middle East. Alright, guys, so now that we're getting the bird under control, 299.5 also needs to go in our backup. 299.5 is in and locked. And let's go back to the runway. So if we land in enough time, Dave was saying we could just take Bravo. That's all good things considered, Dave. We will stop and go to Bravo. If not, we'll be doing a back taxi, which this is going to be my first landing streaming, so I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing the some old back taxi time. All right. Airways do look nice and clear. We are at 10,000, so you know what that means. Landing lights come on. Our approach speed today is going to be about 120 in here into the Naples area, guys. Alright, so let's run through. Piece of cat hair in my mouth. Alright, takeoff, descent, approach speed.
Naples traffic.
Landing data set, windshield heat on, signs is required, ice protection as required.
Down to 3,500 at Conjo, we're at 17,000 Naples traffic.
Alright, so let's get some ice protection on. There we are. We have our ice protections on. We'll get those off. We get a little closer to the field. We are below 9,000, so we're definitely doing our speed. You can see where we are at now. Managing a good speed here. Like I said, once we get to Cogdale, we're going to go direct to Off-Joy. So we essentially need to get this bad boy that's what we need to have it on. So let me just test something here. Flight plan, boom. It's got to be highlighted on this so that when I hit the direct button, it's already there. And we're going to slow down to 230 here in a second once we get about 6,000 feet. Actually, let me go over here and look at my profile. See, now it's about 1:07, so you know we're catching it. We need to, the target is -14 that we need, but we're fine here. So I like our speed. Once we get to about 6,000 or roughly there, we'll start pulling that power back, guys, to get to 230, and we'll start stepping it down. Naples traffic, number 350 Kilo Tango is a Phenom 300. Currently descending to Shifty 5 at 7,500. And we are currently direct to Koch for Naples traffic. Alright, look at this. Look at this VNav again. It's trying to show up on us. It's trying to show up. I'm not even going to mess with it this time, guys. Alright, we're at 7,000. Let's go ahead and pull that speed back. I'm going to check on you guys one more time in the chat, and then we are going to get this bad boy landing. So that's it. Checklist was complete. The approach will be our barrel set, which we do have the barrel set for 310. It's really 313. The crossfeed knob is off. External lights set. Signs outlet on. Packs advised. And so that we can basically say the approach checklist is complete. We're getting some clouds there, guys. Plenty of cloud cover there. Now the runway we're landing on is 6,600 feet, so we're going to land flaps 3, guys. Alright, now we are direct Codjo, and you guys can see right here there's off-doy. So once we get a little closer, let's go ahead and get our flight plan. Well, let's just get our direct set up and see. We don't want that. So we are not going to want that. That's why you have to have it on your flight plan. Now if I have it on the flight plan and hit direct, that's what we're going to need. So Now we are direct to off door. I don't know why it did it earlier, but it most certainly did. That was weird. Plane is doing a complete spin around. Did you guys see that? And we definitely said no holding there. So it looks like it went in to do a hold situation there. So let's see if we straighten ourselves out. It's got us doing a whole spin around. Very interesting. And we said no on the whole, so there's definitely some disparities here. That's okay, we'll just do a nice little spin around. We are at 3,000, or we will be. Keep it right about in 210. Man, this thing has just been an interesting one. It starts doing what it needs to do. It's a procedure turn to allow for getting down. Correct. It's not a hold. Right, but the thing is, we asked for it not to do the procedure turn when we did the planning, Dave. So I guess it just didn't care if we wanted to do it or not, because we said no to doing the procedure turn.
Naples traffic, November 8, November 71 Charlie Hotel is inbound for Codjo intersection at 3,500. Naples traffic.
All right. So, it's in the star. Yeah, Dave Mickey, I know. I know, brother. Like I said, what happened was, during the flight planning, we asked for no hold there, and it still did the hold, or the procedure turn, rather. Not a hold, but the procedure turn. We asked it not to, but it did it anyway, so... yeah, but now we're back on course, so that's okay. You would have to go direct to FAF. Yeah, it would have to go direct to TEFQ, actually. But we got it figured out, guys. Nonetheless, we've only got a few different things, and then we'll be on to the runway. So now, guys, we can go ahead and hit this thing on the approach mode. There we go. So Alt GPV, that means it's vertical under the GPS. So now we are officially in the approach mode. Let's see what that does for our nav here. Let's see, flight plan. So in 2 minutes and 13 seconds, we'll need to be at 2,100 feet. But we're going to manually do that. We have learned our lesson. Alright, let's see. To avoid the hold there by aborting the star, you would have to go direct to final approach fix. Got you. To avoid the hold there by aborting the star. So Dave McKee was saying, even though we said no in the flight planning, which you guys can go back and watch the video, it still did it anyway. So next time, instead of going direct to the initial approach fix, we'll have to go to the final approach fix, which Dave is saying is the FAF, in order to avoid the hold next time. So for this aircraft, we are definitely going to keep that in mind. Speed is doing good.
Naples traffic, November 71 Charlie Hotel is 5 miles from Codjo. We'll do a 180 degree turn for spacing.
Alright, and we got 57 seconds. So let's slow our speed down now. BS has been armed. Alright, so we already pitched down now. Let's see if that thing catches it. Alright, let's start getting ourselves slowed way down. Naples traffic, November 350 Kilo Tango, is now crossing intersection of Ofdoy, expecting full stop runway 23 for Naples traffic. So we're pretty much still there. So you can see we're still... Now you can see it's pretty much lined up for... Now we will be intercepting what we need to intercept. So just straightening back up. We're on the GPS. The approach has been activated, and you can see the queue up here, and we're all set up to get that. So the next time in this aircraft, even though it's been quite nice, we're definitely going to be doing that differently next time, guys. Alright. So here we go, guys. Let's check the chat. 8 left. The SIV has a procedure turn. If you're too fast high, you can through it clear to land ATC. I would never bypass the procedure turn if it's required. It's there for safety for the passenger avoid jarring speed. Yeah, Dave, we were just sneaking around it because we weren't with ATC. But yes, Dave is keeping us honest there. Alright, guys. Off in the distance, I can see the runway. But we're just going to maintain this low speed here. Alright, guys. Speed check flaps 1. And we'll get our chart set up. Alright, guys. You can see there's the needle right there. So we're going to go landing gear down. And let's get our icing off. Alright, icing is off. And now you can see that we're on the glide slope perfectly. So that, at least that part works wonderfully. Alright, guys, and now we're going to go to our approach flaps, which is flaps 3. Naples traffic, November 350 Kilo Tango, is now on a 5-mile final full stop runway 23 for Naples traffic. Alright, guys, here we go. We are going to take the autopilot off now. Autopilot is disconnected. Landing gear is down. 3 green flaps are set. Landing information has been set and received. Clearance not necessary because we did our pilot callouts. Landing checklist is complete. Naples traffic, number 350 Kilo Tango, short final, runway 23, full stop, Naples traffic. All right, approach speed is looking good. Keep in mind, there's no auto brake here. No auto brake, and there's no reverse thrusters on this thing. So this is one of those things where you want to get it right, so hopefully we do, guys. Cross check 500. Landing, continue. Alright, not bad for our first landing. Spoilers are out. And
Naples traffic.
braking is
November
on.
71 Charlie Hotel is inbound for the RNAV.
We didn't land center line, but that's okay.
At off-doorway intersection. Following preceding traffic. Naples traffic.
Alright. So we still had a great landing. You know, not the best approach. We'll be vacating here. Told you, Dave, we weren't going to do that. We floated it a little bit. I should have pulled back on that power and came in a little bit lower. Naples traffic, number 350 Kilo Tango, is clearing runway 23, taxi into ramp via Alpha for Naples traffic. Alright, guys, flaps are coming up. On the taxi, strobes off, and let's get our taxi in, guys. We'll come back around. We should be able to get Greenlight coming in as we taxi back. If not, we'll make sure we do what we need to do, since he will be represented in the Boeing. So we didn't land center line, but this is our first recorded landing in this aircraft online, so that's something. Alright, so once we get to Bravo, we'll know what's up. Alright. Pay for the whole runway, so use it. That's right. That's right. We're paying those fees, man. So not a horrible touchdown. We just weren't center line. You guys know I like that center line touchdown. Great landing, boo. My baby says. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you. Geez, final call out at 100. Nice, though. Oh, my goodness. Dave McKeesey, landing was fine. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate you. You know, we just critique ourselves, you know. I don't ever beat myself up anymore about the landing rate. As long as it was not negative 400 or anything like that. I try to get that center line, though, baby, for my own peace of mind. Alright, let's see where we are at. Let's pipe the speed down a little bit on this taxi. Okay, we got a ways to go. We can literally cross the next runway. So welcome it in, guys. You can see Greenlight up there. You can see Greenlight's white light. Haha. That's a little
Naples
LOL.
traffic, November 71 Charlie Hotel is on a short final for runway 23. Naples traffic.
Dave says, Naples traffic, number 350 Kilo Tango, crossing runway 14 on Alpha. Continued taxi for Naples traffic. Dave says he says aim for the middle of the country. Lions and him don't get along. I feel you, Dave. Strobes on, landing on. Runway's clear right and left. Here comes Bravo. All right, guys. Pulling in right here to the General Aviation Terminal. And we're going to stop right here really quick, guys. Parking brake is set momentarily. That way we can get green light coming in. Don't try this one at home. I'm going to move away because it's loud right there. So again, Greenlight right now he's being modeled as a 737, which I was too in his. So this is going to look funny with a 737 rolling in. There he is there. Now, the only reason it's modeled like that, guys, is simply because of a coding issue. It doesn't recognize his model. Blue Games, good evening, Blue. What is going on, my man? Hey, it's good to see you. It's good to have met you at the Flight Sim Expo, Blue Games, man. I appreciate you checking in for sure. We got Dave McKee coming in here. There he goes right there, folks. Again, that's really the same jet I'm flying, but it's just modeled as a 737. Wow, excellent flare, Greenlight. Oh, man, that was nice. That was nice, Greenlight. Now look at him showing off center line. Look at him. Well done, Greenlight. Now that's truly done as professional. That was a nice. You got a nice flare on you, brother. And you can see he decided to be continental for his 737 at that, which is not that. It's the same aircraft I'm flying, guys. You guys check it out. We got Blue Games in the house checking us out. Blue Games, if you guys don't know, you better know. Go check his channel out. He has been doing this thing for a long time. And you can go check his YouTube channel out. Again, Blue Games, you can see he's got a vast number of subscribers in there. And he's been doing this thing. And basically been a trendsetter for a lot of the flight sim community and some of the things he's done. And I know he partners up with XP quite a bit. So Blue Games, thanks for checking us out. And Greenlight, absolutely. You know, well done. We're just going to come on this side of the terminal over here. And let these passengers out. Guys, welcome into Naples, Florida. We had an interesting approach. And we most certainly have a love-hate relationship now with the VNav on here. I use it on another flight and it worked just fine. It seems like it only captures when you catch it after you've already passed it. Greenlight is giving Blue Games a big up for joining the stream. So yeah, you know, we just, you know, if you guys haven't noticed, I'm of the mindset everyone can get some love in here. There is no I in this thing. We're doing this thing together. Just gonna straighten ourselves up as such, and let's go ahead and set that parking brake. Parking brake is set. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and turn the landing or the taxi light off. Strobe is already off, guys. We need to turn those generators off. We're gonna get a beep. Let's shut those engines down, folks. Engines are being shut down, and here in a second we are most certainly going to open the cabin door up. Welcome, guys, to Naples, Florida. And if I'm being honest, this is the very first time that I've ever flown into Naples, Florida in real life or in the sim. Let's get those controls out of there, guys, and we are gonna get these doors opened up. We are essentially, let's get our GPU panel opened up so we can burn the GPU. Let's burn that gas, man. Let's don't drain our batteries. And of course, we need to open the passenger door. All right. We are officially official. We got our GPU there. Let's do a nice little circle. Greenlight looks like he's taxiing in. We got our fuel truck who knows we need some fuel. And we made it. First leg complete, guys. We're getting ready to make concessions to go on to the next one. All right, guys, I appreciate you guys flying onto that one. The next one, guys, and look at this, the fuel truck, he's got no shame. They have no shame. They're just going to drive right through our plane, but only here in X-Plane can this happen and we still be untouched. Let's get ready for the next one here, and we'll get it. We're going to get everything planned and set in here since we don't have any ATC. Let me just make sure of that fact. And then we're on to Mexico. And we don't have any ATC, guys. We've already got the flight plan set up for the next one. Flying time will be 1 hour and 16 minutes. Now, let's come over here and take a look and see exactly what our departures can be on here. We got the Naples 5. Our transition point is Mookie. Turn right, heading 270, climb 18,000. Expect radar vectors to join assigned route. Expect clearance filed after 10 minutes departure. So, let me check my Navigraph here. And let me check my phone. Sometimes Greenlight calls me. He didn't this time, so I must be doing everything okay. I'm going to load up my next flight here. And then we're off to Cancun, Mexico. Yeah, so could we do this? We could really, but it doesn't make sense. Because essentially we're coming off at 270. Guys, we're just going to come off 270, get some altitude, and then we're going to go direct to... We're just going to come off and go direct to Mookie. We're not doing any procedures. See what this one's talking about. Get some water here up in this piece. All right, da ding, da doom. No, thank you. We're not doing that. That's really for departure out to the north, which we're not doing. Guys, we're just gonna go straight to where we need to go to. So, let me get some of this H2O. All right, let's get this happening, man. So we can see we've got our doors open, we got our GPU on. Now we need to go and do our flight plan destroyer, basically delete it. And then now we can start getting this in. Our first waypoint is going to be Zemuki. That's a fix. That's what I like about this. You can just type it right in. Mookie, US Southeast. From Mookie, we go to Kanoa. Kanoa, bada bing, bada boom. From Kanoa, we go to the airway of Uniform Bravo 879. So now, let us load an airway. And it's Uniform Bravo 879. This one's B879, Uniform Bravo 646. Here it is, one more. So it's this Uniform Bravo 879. Going to enter that, and we're getting out of that. Let's see, we're going to exit that at NOSAT. Load that. Kanoa, we go onto the airway. Man, I'm loving this G1000, and I can just honestly use the VNav for vertical, if I could do it manually, so I'm not necessarily tripping about that. And then going into Mexico, we want to do Mike Uniform November, which is the IKO for Cancun. See that? We're going to enter that. Bada bing, bada boom. And now we can load a procedure. And guys, we'll refuel the plane and we're up out of here. This is not going to take any time. Let's see here. We want to do an arrival. The arrival is the NOSA 1 Bravo. And let me see, I believe we selected the 12 right runway. And we're doing a localizer approach. The approach is going to be, there's several of them, but we're going to do the ILS 12 right 1. And we're going to do it from Cancun, which is the initial approach fix. And actually, it's going to be the CI 12 right. Really is what we want. So let's look at those minimums as well, guys. Let me check you guys out in the chat really quick. Go get some more water, Dre. Got to keep you hydrated and a snack. You need to refill yourself, not just your plane. That's right. James Johnson says, estoy aquí, Dre. ¿Cómo está la familia? James Johnson, bienvenidos al stream. Mi familia, todo bien, gracias a Dios. ¿Y tú cómo estás, papá? ¿Cómo estás tú y tu familia? Dime. Gracias por acompañarnos en este vuelo. Y ojalá que todo está bien en tu vida. Alright, guys, we're just talking to James Johnson. I'll do a little translating for you guys. And so let's go ahead and take a look at something here. So now we want to look at our arrival airport. Let's see, go back to search. Mike Uniform November. Let's see, next. It's the briefing. I think this is the chart. Yeah, so I was correct. We're going to come in on 12 right. And that's a straight shot. And here's the general aviation parking right here. So even if I do full runway, it's not bad. It's all right here. This is basically where we're going to disembark the passengers. And now on top of that, we need to go and look at our approach. We said 12 right. 12 right. We're doing a localizer 1. So basically, this is where we want to take it. It's giving, so this one has a wraparound here. So technically, we're supposed to hit this Cancun and come all the way back around and come back in. But we want to do it from the initial fix of right here, which is at 112 right, which is basically the Cancun VOR, but it's DME. You see DME 9, DME 11 back here, and then we turn to pick up the ILS and come on in. But what we're going to do is we're just going to make our turn and come direct here since there's no ATC. If we needed to fly the procedure correctly, we would come here at the appropriate altitude, which is 3,000. And then we would definitely bring this bad boy in, wrap it around, and come in. So the VOR is really the initial approach fix, but we're going to make it go direct to here once we get to... Oh, but I needed to look at the minimums. So 220 on the decision height. So we'll just do 220. $220 on that decision height. Now we can load. Now let's look at our flight plan, guys. Perfect. So this is where we're essentially going to be going direct to. And you can see it brings it right on in. So this is where we're going to bring it direct to. So we're essentially going to be coming down, and we're going to be coming up and over, and then we're going to hit direct to do a nice little turn. So it's definitely going to be a short final for sure. But nonetheless, that's what we got, guys. We're going to leave our transponder on as we have. And let's come back over here, guys. We didn't stop the time, so we can do that now. Let's stop it. Let's reset it. And we'll unsuspend that. And now that our first point is, we need to activate the first leg. Which it is. And then once we get to the runway, we're going direct to Mookie. So for our departure, we can put this thing on nav. And we are climbing up to flight. We're going to do 360 for this flight as well. .360 for this flight as well, and let's get our vertical profile set up. Oops, we want that on nav, I'm sorry. And we can do our vertical speed. There we go, guys. All right, James Johnson, yo y familia somos muy bien, papá, gracias. Oh, no hay de qué, papá. Gracias por preguntarme cómo está mi familia. Ya tú sabes, ojalá, como te dije, ojalá que todo está bien en tu vida, papá. All right, so we're already set up, guys. Let's go and get some more fuel on here. Let's see where we're at here. Let's go ground options. And we're going to keep the cargo weight the same. Let's see. You guys see the plane moving? Let me actually go in here really quick. Let's go in here. I like to just do it in here so I can see. Let's give it a little more fuel. We'll do an hour and 40 minutes. Apply changes. And let me do my Navigraph, guys, and we're out of here. I'll take a quick break, stand up and get something to drink and eat, and then we're out of here, guys. Let me update my active sky here. KAPF. That's funny. It says for Mexico, that's not the right IKO, but it is. So let me do one that's next to it. So MMMD is the one next to it. So let's throw that in there. Well, you know what? We won't be updating. Whatever our weather does is what it does. It's not liking that AK, but that's the active sky's problem, not our problem. All right, guys. I think we're good to go here. Let's double check our fuel stores now. 1011, 1011. Perfect. We are all ready to go. All right, guys. So I'm going to step away for a minute or so, use the restroom, and then we're out of here. Plane is already configured. That'll give Greenlight whatever other time he needs. And I will be right back upon you. Let me check the chat here so that way everybody can go take a bathroom break. Everybody's looking good. So guys, I'll be right back. Plane is configured. We're taking off on runway. We're going to take off 23 straight out to the west. Go direct Mookie and get up and at him because this flight is shorter than the last one. So let me step away for a hot second and I'll be right back with you guys. And then we'll get out of here. Be back in less than 5, I promise you. All right, your boy is back in action. Here we go. Back on the scene. Break is over. Let us get out of here. No rest for the weary. Thanks, guys, for the 14 likes. If you haven't, smash that like button. Let's check our controls. I just had a quick conversation with Greenlight about the VNav, and I'm not going crazy, man. So he's flying the exact same aircraft again, even though his shows up as a Boeing 737. Don't mind this fuel truck about to go straight through our passenger baggage area. His did the same thing. It's a glitch. In real life, once we had armed everything and that carrot came down, it should have really pitched the aircraft down nicely. It did do it before on another flight for me, so it is just a glitch on the simulation. And again, guys, you got to take into consideration that the developers have to do a lot of things in order to get this aircraft realistic and fully immersive. So hey, at the end of the day, I didn't even know about the VNav or anything else. I can fly this bad boy by hand, and so can you, so we're not even going to trip. Still a wonderful simulation, guys. Let's do a quick radio check. Radio check, any station is net. Alright, and we do not need to put anything in. And Greenlight must have not just been where he could do the radio check. So let's get the aircraft button up and let's get out of here.
Five by five.
Thank you, sir, and you 5x5 as well, sir. I'm closing up the doors, and I'll start the aircraft and start immediate taxi. Get on up out of here. All right. See, boom, boom, boom. Now, do not confuse it. You still want to come over here and check that. Fuel is looking good. All right, guys. You know what time it is. Music off. Even though the song was ending anyway, we had to do it. And I got your flight controls on this time, so nobody can say that we don't. Guys, we're back in this Phenom 300, and we are at Naples, Florida. Now we're going to take you over to the Cancun, Mexico. So, vámonos para allá. Let's go over there, guys. So, without further ado, let's go ahead. Nav is still on. Doors are locked and closed and confirmed. Gens are off. And you know what? This time we're just going to do a battery start. Let's get rid of that APU already. All right, so we can get rid of that. We need to close the GPU. Now, if you guys notice, those bleeds turned off. Let's turn those bleeds off anyway, which we should have done. And right side looks clear, starting engine number 2, or the right side. All right, we'll wait for that engine to stabilize. Oh, that's the wrong field. I need to... I'm like, wait a minute, we're not showing up. All right, let's get the generator on. Starting number 1. Number 1 is in the auto start sequence, so let's go ahead and get ourselves to the right. Let's see here. Cancun, yes, it's showing too many, I know, but what are we gonna do? I think it's that one. Anson, Colorado. No, it's the other way around. It's KAPF. KAPF. The Naples. Next. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Here's where we are. So we're just going to come out here basically and taxi Alpha to 2-3, and we're out of here, guys. So let's finish this up and do just that. Bleeds are on. And time's off. ECS both on. Everything here is looking good. We got everything there on low. Let's go ahead and select our takeoff flaps. And of course now we need to go and double check the trims. There we go. Alright, takeoff flaps are set. All electrics are on here. That status is looking good as far as our electrical panel. Aircraft is all buttoned up. Fuel is looking good. Anti-ice is off. And now we can do what we need to do, folks. Let's see here. So once we get to the base of the runway, we need to make sure this is direct to the actual first point, which is Mookie. Let's come down here really quick, guys, and just make sure that we can, the runway that we're departing on, let's take a look and see what the runway heading is. 227. So we're gonna fly runway heading 227, and just like the show. I know some of you are young and too young, you're not gonna remember the show 227, but there was a show called 227. Rush you me. Alright guys, flaps are set, everything is looking good. Let's get our taxi lights on and make our call outs. Naples traffic, November 350 Kilo Tango is a Phenom 300 over here at the General Aviation Terminal. We'll be taxiing the runway 23 for departure to the west on Alpha for Naples traffic. Alright guys, here we go.
Naples traffic, November 71 Charlie Hotel Phenom. We'll be taxiing via Tango to Alpha to runway 23, departure to the west. Naples traffic.
Alright, you guys heard Greenlight. We are out of here, guys. Like I said, no rest for the weary. See if we can come over here and pick up Alpha. And Greenlight was somewhere way over there, I think. Alright, we're joining Alpha. Look at these guys, they even drive all over the taxiways, they drive through our planes. No respect for the working pilot, man. Alright, once we get on here, the only thing we need to double check is our altimeters. There we go, get a better view. Alright, let me double check the altimeters here once again. Altimeter is 29905, and it's still 29905, so that's cool. And the winds are actually nice and calm. So we'll go all the way down. Again, everybody, thanks for joining us here on this stream today. It's Monday Charter Hops. We had a pretty interesting approach. This was my first time streaming this aircraft on my channel. Looks like we're doing some chicken here, guys. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. That's what it looks like when you go to one of those Texaco trucks. So we're in our Phenom 300, and we are getting ready for immediate departure. Direct Mookie. So we'll actually get on the runway and then do it, so we get a direct right from the runway. Naples traffic, November 350 Kilo Tango will be entering runway 23, immediate departure out to the west. Climbing unrestricted up to flight level 360 for Naples traffic. Alright guys. Strobe is on. Okay, see now it's got us direct to Mookie, which is awesome. So all we'll have to do is start the time, which is set up in the profile. Let's look, and you always want to make sure the final is clear. We don't see any inbound aircraft. And the runway is clear. Alright, let's make our turn. Time has started, as you can see down there. Takeoff power is set. Airspeed is alive. $80 knots cross check. V1 and rotate. All right. Let's just fly ourselves on the line. Naples traffic, November 350 Kilo Tango is clear runway 23 out to the west for Naples traffic. Flaps coming up. Alright, we're just following our flight director, having a good time hand flying it. We do have that yaw damper on. Alright, we're pretty much on that flight director. Let's make sure we're straightened out before we hit the autopilot. Alright, a little bit more. Autopilot is engaged. Perfect capture. And we'll just do our flight level change right here. Now we're in the flight level change mode guide, climbing right up. Let's see, landing gear is up, flaps are up, indicated up. And under 10,000, speed is looking good. After takeoff checklist is complete. So we're going to climb right here. This we're on flight level change, of course. Let's throw on some more power. Flight level change to 240.
Naples traffic, November 71 Charlie Hotels, taking runway 23 for a departure to the west. Last call, Naples traffic.
Alright, now what we can do is come here, and our time was already started, so let's get that off. Our transponder was already on. And we have no other indications here that anything else is wrong. So we will continue our climb. Our oxygen is all on here. Everything down here is looking good. Bleeds. Everything is looking good. We have nothing to worry about at this point, guys. Let me check you in the chat before we get those landing lights turned off. Alright. Will you be getting any honeycomb products, Dre, or not interested? Oh, for sure. I'm definitely getting on some honeycomb products, guys. Let there be no mistake. I love honeycomb products. I just, you know, on this yoke, decided to get this yoke, which I fly just fine with. But I can definitely tell you that I will be getting some honeycomb, Chief. So, yes to that. Cars on Taxiways Day says FTW. We know what that means. FS Pilot 214. What's up? Great streaming. Good show. At 227. FS Pilot, you know what's up with that. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining, everybody. Really having a good time here streaming this aircraft. Let's go ahead and do our textbook flyby. She's roaring right over that Gulf there. Man, I can tell you what, you guys are great passengers. But yes, Chief, for sure, I'm going to get that honeycomb joint. Absolutely. I'm going to be up in my controls, for sure. You know, but the cool thing is that I enjoy flying with these controls as well. But I did go to the Flight Sim Expo, and I was going to get the Honeycomb A, but they since stopped selling. I think they're on the Bravo now, the new Yoke that they're going to be selling. So I'm for sure going to be ordering that. My wife's been telling me to order it. Bless her heart, she's always trying to spoil me. So, for sure, I'm going to be getting that, Chief. So thanks for asking, guys, and everybody. Thanks for riding along here on this second leg from Naples all the way over to Cancun, Mexico. So I hope you guys are ready to party. You know, hope you guys are ready to party. James Johnson, if you're still there, yo creo, no 100%, pero tú eres de México. Y si eres de México, entonces vamos para México. Pues yo no sé, tú puedes ser boricua o panameño, dominicano, yo no sé. Dave McKee says, out of my range for the honeycomb. Pensions don't allow for fancy controls. I hear you. And again, I'm just here to tell you guys, the flight yoke that I have, I'm comfortable with it. It does everything I am. It's not a joystick. But it works phenomenal. I know it's not as smooth as the other ones, but I really enjoy it. So
Naples traffic, November 71 Charlie Hotel is off runway.
That's not to say that I'm not going to enjoy the honeycomb. I tested out honeycomb. It's sweet. There's another one that they were, oh man, I can't remember the name of it. You guys who were at the Flight Sim Expo will know. There was another set, and I just can't think of the name of it. You guys seen some of their products before, but they were set up. They had a nice something too that was nice and smooth. Of course, it's not going to be as smooth as that honeycomb, of course. But yes, I definitely want to get up my game when it comes to that. But like I said, it's not for lack of financial reasons for me. It's just, you know, you guys will learn something about those that increase their finances. And I'll tell you this, the rich and the wealthy very, very seldomly spend a lot of their money on stuff what they want. So I'm trying to be that way too. As I get older in life, obviously I splurge, you know, on my vehicle, my home, my kids, of course, wife. I'm definitely the type of guy that will say that we're not here forever, so you can't take it with you. But in the same breath, you also have to be fiscally responsible. So it's not for lack of not having the funds to buy the honeycomb. I just haven't got around to it, but I definitely will get that, Chief, for sure. I like your setup, and I like the throttles that you have, brother. So, and I'm about to get a computer built. I've decided I'm going to have my older brother help me build my computer. He's done it before, so that'll be some good brother time. So there you go. Let's double check again. Landing lights are off. Nav and strobes are on. We can leave that there. Aircraft is on course. Call outs are done. After takeoff checklist was completed. So I think it's music time, guys. We have no ATC. We're climbing at 240 knots. And Dave McKee says Turtle Beach. Yes, Dave. Yes, that's it. Turtle Beach. That's exactly it, Dave. Man. Yes, the Turtle Beach. Now, they had one that was pretty nice as well. And they were even talking about adding other stuff to it. And we talked about force feedback, but that's not really, you know, in the cards right now. That'll be more development, of course, that's needed. But yes, Dave, Turtle Beach. Thank you, sir. That is exactly what it is, what I was thinking. See? What am I going to do without you, Dave? All right, so we got it out to 150 nautical miles. So you can see our next waypoint. We've got quite a ways to go. You can see the estimated time to arrival for our next waypoint is 22 minutes. So we'll be direct Mookie, or departing Mookie, which we already have, to our next waypoint, which is, drum roll, the Kanoa. Bada bing, bada boom. And we see we got Greenlight off. And let's go back in the cabin here and just see what a smooth flying aircraft this is, even from the back here. You know, textures in here not bad, guys. Not bad. Not the highest quality texturing that I've seen before, but not bad. You know, the Premier One Carenado, they did a really good job on those textures, man. Those seats really look leather, but you know, they also don't have some other cool stuff that this has too. So here we go. And if you guys didn't see before, this is the actual bathroom back here. For those of you guys checking out, you can see that engine right here just putting in work, that turbofan. And this is the bathroom back here, guys. So let's open the door up. Bada bing, the door is open. So if you guys are on this aircraft and you need to use the restroom, you're in luck. And let's see. Now I'm in the bathroom area, if you can see. Uh-oh. 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 We're about to get in trouble because we sure haven't found no flight plan. So, all right, guys, let's get ourselves out of hot water really quick here. Let's get our flight plan filed, and this guy's telling me to contact them. So, ay ay ay, ay ay ay. All right, let's get this flight plan filed, folks. Because that's the first thing he's going to say, no flight plan on file. So Greenlight, I know you probably got it too right now where he said contact you. Alright, flying time on this one is 1 hour 13 minutes. Boom, boom, boom. The rest can be done. Guys, we're out of hot water now. He wants us to contact him on 3517. $35.17. Miami Center, good evening. November 350 Kilo Tango's checking in, flight level 277, climbing flight level 360.
November 350 Kilo Tango, Miami Center, reset your transponder, squawk 4612.
4612 into the box, November 350 Kilo Tango. Alright, 4612. So back to the transponder. 4612. It has officially been reset, and now he's gonna give us that he sees us, of course.
Miami Center, JetBlue 100 is at 7,000 and in direct from JetBlue 100 Miami Center, ident.
I'm just leaving this in the knots for my climb, then I'll get it into the Mach. What happens is it goes to Mach, and the aircraft starts pulling too much back on the speed, so I'm going to get it right at the 240, and then we'll continue on.
Down to 563, radar contact over.
So he just came on.
Altitude indicates 16,000. The Miami altimeter 29907. You can expect vectors ILS runway 9er.
So we'll be in this purview for a second, and we'll probably hear Greenlight here in a second coming on.
Down to 563. Number 350 Kilo Tango, your radar contact 70 miles northwest of Key West, flight level 300, climb and maintain flight level 360, proceed on course.
Okay, up to flight level 360, proceed on course for number 350 Kilo Tango.
Lufthansa 560.
Alright guys, so we're not going to put the music on so that we can hear him.
Send and maintain 12,000 Lufthansa 563.
Hopefully they're not coming in too loud for you guys.
Contact 8 miles northwest of Lauderdale International.
Yes, let's see here what we got here.
Runway 28 right or 10 left? 28 right for us tonight.
Alright, so let's see here. Turtle Beach, we said that. And Dave says, I'll be honest, it looked like a toy-in-cheek plastic thing. It actually felt pretty good, Dave. I felt them at the expo. I would not pay $3.99 for that thing.
100, you can expect that.
And that's the point of contention for some. I will, no problem. They want to send me one, I'll fly with it, otherwise not a chance, Dave. Maybe, you know what, Dave? Maybe we'll start patronizing your channel. Get some more subs on your channel, patronize it, and we'll make some to do donations. We're going to get you that yoke, man, where you don't have to pay for it. Chief Sim says, that's the yoke I had before I upgraded, and I equally loved it. It's a nice tray, but the honeycomb would change your entire view. I believe it. Chief Sim Pilot says, I'd say both, honestly. The throttle setup and yoke, whew, both feel so nice. Shouts out to the wife for the support. Thank you. And Rory saying, good morning from South Africa. Hey, South Africa, what up? Captain Cooper, I believe, is from South Africa, so now we have you from South Africa. So, what up? Thanks for joining the stream here. We are on our last leg on over to Mexico. We're going to Cancun. Of course, you guys know my co-pilot's here, my furry one. She's rolling around. She wants attention. Let's see. So, good morning, Rory saying. Thanks for checking in. Dave McKee said, good morning. Chief Simpala says, Thrustmaster, you want that one, huh? Me too. Yes. I want it all, baby. Okay, see, it switched back to mock on me, which I didn't ask it to do.
Off of Naples, Florida, at 28, flight level 280, climbing 360.
James Johnson says, what's going on with ATC and VATSIM? They're never there when you want them, and they just come on.
November 71 Charlie Hotel.
Ya tú sabes, papá, siempre cuando estamos volando en ATC, pues en VATSIM, cuando estamos en VATSIM volando aquí, nunca sabemos que vamos a recibir en este vuelo. Si, por ejemplo, siempre empezamos con ATC, hay posibilidad que no vamos a tener ATC cuando estamos llegando. A ver, más o menos pienso que lo vamos a tener cuando aterrizamos en México. A ver si tenemos. So that was just talking to James Johnson. Dave McKee says, no, I do what I do for the love and spreading the love of GA flying, getting people to fly, getting people to fly to places they would not normally. I hear you, Dave, man, that's why you are the man.
4,000 and fly present heading, expect sectors ILS.
So, we're going to try this CSC bit. So as you guys see here, we are about to level out.
Lufthansa 563 heavy, descend and maintain 7,000.
7,000 for the Thrustmaster.
Gonna up it. We'll pitch down a little bit so that we can get there. Everything is looking good. And then we're gonna try this CSC thing. We're gonna put our aircraft into the CSC mode and up to speed. And supposedly Captain Nate put us on game. That'll hold us. So we'll stay right here for now.
Miami Center, American 871 heavy, looking for clearance to Kennedy.
Just gonna leave it there. All right, now it's saying
American
we're leveling
871
out.
heavy, clearance on request, standby.
Now we can go back into the mock mode. Don't worry, I'll check you guys out in the chat here. Gonna let that speed increase and then we're gonna hit that CSC. Dave says I could easily put a PayPal link or buy me a coffee in the description, but it's not why I do what I do. I feel you, Dave.
2578,
you know, I was trying to help you out, man, get that yoke without no charge to you, but I feel you, you know. Let's come down here and take a look. Alright, so you guys can see we're direct Kanoa.
2242 heavy, clearance to Kennedy. We have Kilo. American 2242 heavy, Miami Center, clearance on request, your number 2.
There we go. So we have it set 0.76. You got to hit the CSC and then it shows up right here as well. And now it's limiting us. See the limit? CSC. So
JetBlue 100, turn right heading 180.
it may be telling us that it's reaching its limit.
Right,
so let's pull that speed back.
Lufthansa 563, turn left heading 280, descend and maintain 4,000.
There we go. We'll see if that limit, it's saying limit. Let's see if that will.
Springbok 2578 heavy, on your present heading, intercept the runway 8 right, localizer.
On the present heading, intercept 8 right, localizer, Springbok 2578 heavy.
Alright, it's on there. It's still flashing. Let's see if it passes.
American 871 Heavy, clear to the Kennedy Airport via the Folds 1 departure, Lear transition that is filed. On departure, maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 370 in 10 minutes. Departure with me, squawk 4734.
So basically I'm pulling the power back.
4734, American 871 Heavy. JetBlue 100, turn right, heading 240.
Right headed 240 for JetBlue 100.
American 871 Heavy, read back correct, runway 8 right for departure.
Alright, so we pulled the power back there.
Springback 28578 Heavy, over
And we'll
Chrome,
check
clear
that
out,
out.
runway 8 right approach.
Clear for the 8 right approach. Springback 28578 Heavy, thank you.
JetBlue 100 Heavy, you're 5.5 miles from Fuzzy, fly heading
Try another one.
60, maintain
go over the head
3,000
this
still
time.
established on the localizer, clear out, left runway 2 right approach.
260 still established.
Off into the clouds we go.
Right approach, JetBlue 100.
Alright guys, so we're doing good. Now let's go back and check our VNAV profile. We are arriving into Mexico.
American 2242 Heavy is cleared to the Kennedy Airport via the Folds 1 departure, Lear transition that is filed. On departure, maintain 5,000, expect flight level 310 in 10 minutes. Departure with me, squawk 4602.
Alright, so let's pull up
Alright, American
Mexico's
2242
stuff here.
is cleared to Kennedy, Folds 1, and departure that is filed. Will maintain 5,000, expect 310 in 10, squawk 4602.
We are arriving on
2242 Heavy, back correct, runway 8 right for departure.
NOSAT 1 Bravo,
8 right, we'll give you a call for taxi, American 2242.
expecting 12 right.
Lufthansa 563 Heavy, descend to maintain 3,000.
Send to maintain 3,000, Lufthansa 563 Heavy.
And our speed is doing good. So we are coming here right on NOSAT, which is the first.
Springback 22, correction 2578 Heavy, the wind at Miami 2207, runway 8 right, clear to land.
8 right clear land.
Need to be above 6.
Heavy.
Alright, so our first,
JetBlue 100, the
is
wind at
max
Lauderdale
280,
2507, runway 2
and
8
we'll
right,
shoot
clear
for
to land.
flight level 200.
Lufthansa 563 Heavy, turn right, heading 360.
Right heading 360, Lufthansa 563 Heavy.
So I just hit enter. So that will give that as I wanted it a hard 22,000. Then at Hacho, see there's 24. I want to be Hacho at 18. I'm doing the lowest on them. So let's come back over here. And I want 18 at Hacho. That's just what I want. There, now those are in blue. And then after Hacho, we need Atmos below 14,000. So we're just going to come over here and hit enter. And above 8,000. Now those are confirmed. Let's keep confirming them. Now we're more than likely not going to be going all the way to the full star. Greenlight and I have talked about, we're going to do a nice little turn.
563 heavy,
As you
you're
can
6
see
miles
here,
from grid.
no sat at
Turn right heading
22,000 feet
070.
is in 25 minutes.
Maintain 3,000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS runway 9 approach.
Right headed 070, maintain 3000 until established on the localized clear ILS approach. Advance price and shield.
Now I put it on the CSC and it's not saying limit because I got the throttles pulled back. So now it should hold us right exactly where we're at. No matter what. We shouldn't be able to, even though it's already pretty much set up that way. So let's check you guys out in the Chizat. Dave McKee said you wanted the lowest, not the highest.
American 1312.
Change the no sat to 2,000,
right?
not 2,200. Let me see.
Yeah, that's Jacksonville.
Yes,
Center
thank you,
Airspace,
Dave. So I'll
monitor
change that to
Unicom.
flight level 200. Man, Dave's paying attention, man.
Miami came in there 2254.
You're right, though. That's what I did say, man.
Go ahead. So sorry about that. Came in there 2254. I totally forgot that to check who was on the line. 30 miles to the southeast of Camp International, 11000 direct.
All right.
Initial approach fix.
Time
runway
to top of
one
descent,
left.
23 minutes.
I don't know if I think you're running north, but if you're running south, we can turn into a downwind or something, and if it helps field insight. Came in there 2254, no problem. Reset your transponder, squawk 4760.
All right, guys. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate you. Now we have that
2578 heavy.
all put in correctly. We have our
taxi
best
to
forward
ramp
speed
via
going
November.
on. Let's look at the VATSIM network now. Greenlight and I
Number
almost have
350 Kilo
the...
Tango, you're leaving my airspace to the south. Radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
All right, we'll go ahead and change over to Unicom. Thanks for the ATC. Have a great evening for number 35 Kilo Tango.
Number 71 Hotel,
All right.
correction, number 71 Charlie Hotel.
So-
Same to you, you leave my...
Back over we go. And Greenlight will be getting switched over here in a minute. Now we can for sure get some jams on for a hot second here. Let's see what we got here. All right. We're doing great, guys. We are not bad at all. Cancun, here we come. Here we are. And you know we're going to be making a turn. Cancun's right here, so we're not far off. Coming right to the tip of Mexico right here. Good old trusty Cancun. So you can see Greenlight and I are pretty much flying it close. And then we go right here to the eastern tip of Mexico. There goes that right turn that we just talked about. Alright guys, we got a nice little, let's go to the first officer side and take in this view. And we are cruising right along. Alright, another thing you guys can do too, if you want to get a bigger scene here, you can turn the flight plan off, and you can also minimize this by using this, and it makes everything smaller. Now you've got a really good view of what we're doing, which I really like this huge screen on this G1000. It gives you, you know, if you really want to look and not have to squint your eyes and you want to see visually those alternate airports, that's what's up. Now this thing is supposed to hold us there. It's not really doing a very good job of holding us on. it had us increasing in speed here. So guys, we have been in the air now. Let's double check our timer. We've already been in the air for 30 minutes, so we only had an hour and 13 to go. So roughly we got about 40 minutes to go until we touch down. And air traffic control came on. Good thing is we went ahead and secretly put in our flight plan, because we sure didn't do one. I was thinking, oh no, that's kind of how VATSIM works. Just when you think you're not going to have ATC, you do. When you hope that you have ATC, you don't. So, and trust this statement. Be prepared to turn on or to scramble on approach to some runway, because VATSIM is going to come on at the last minute. It did it in my flight into LaGuardia. He came on at the last minute. We were on approach. We were on the RNAV. They came on, and so it was tower. So you can expect the unexpected on VATSIM for sure. All right, guys. My co-pilot she's sleeping here. She says she wants to stay into the end. My trusty little co-pilot. Trusty co-pilot, the kitty cat, is there with us. And Binga says the plane glitched. Are you referring to this plane, Binga? Because it did on the VNav, as well as Greenlight had the same exact problem. He wouldn't do his vertical navigation profile as well, and the plane glitched. Dave McKee says, giving up on VATSIM for now. They ain't too fond of VFR GA pilots. Oh, right. Which they should be, Dave. Hey, VFR is real flying, so they're just going to have to get over it. I know they want to control everything, but you know what I would agree with, Dave, is maybe if you did want to do some VFR and only VFR, maybe they make a rule you got to have flight following or something. That way they can still keep an eye on you and you're still reporting out. Otherwise, I don't know why they would trip on you flying general VFR. Oh, that hurts. But what I'm talking about is the plane I was landing in Denver. Oh no, Binga. So what happened, man? Tell me, Binga. What did the plane do exactly? And remind me, was that the A220 you were flying? He said it just turned off on final. Man, that's a glitch for you right there, Binga. You know, one of my planes did turn off on approach before. So sorry that happened to you. Let's see. Wow, 737-800. I don't know why it's saying that the stream is freezing. It must be a YouTube server thing. Hopefully it fixes itself, because we for sure got a good stream here. There we go. It looks like it unfroze, so I don't know why it froze up. We're good. Binga says it turned off on final legit. Everything turned off. He was flying the 737-800 and just nosed and dived. The Zebo, really? Sorry to hear that, Binga. Hopefully that fixes itself up. Yeah, that last issue where it froze up, that's a YouTube situation, not my situation. All right, let's get something harder than this. This is a little too light. Yeah, I've never seen a Zebo do that anyway. You guys want to do some rapping? If you guys want me to rap for you guys, tell me in the comments and I'll do it. It's a little dare. And I'll freestyle it. I'll use whoever's in this chat and I'll do it for you guys. But just don't tell a whole bunch of people about it, 'cause it's probably going to be a sad situation there. All right, guys. We should be touching down in less than 45 minutes now. Dave says, please don't. Binga says, no, I didn't update it. I was flying this with a plugin called Smart Copilot. That's probably what did it, Binga. Dave, you made me laugh. Please don't. That's probably the right answer. And Binga says, and it's a shared cockpit, probably with the first officer. That's probably what did it. Yeah, I would definitely be blaming the plugin on that, Binga, because it probably has command and control as well, or a little bit of it anyway. I'm sure there's a feature say my controls, their controls, but maybe it thought it was their controls and decided that it wanted to do a virtual suicide. Who knows? That was a joke. So that's unfortunate, Binga, but the good thing is you get to try it again, man. So now that we know our first navigation point on our approach is 20,000, set right here, we need to set this for 20,000 so that we can stay ahead of our aircraft. And guys, we are rolling this stuff right along here. Today's date is October 25th, 2021, unless you're somewhere else where the date has already changed and you're across the international date line, then today for you is Tuesday. So if it's Tuesday for you, thanks for flying along with us Tuesday. But if you're here in the United States or somewhere across the line, then we are doing some Monday night flying here in our private jet. I appreciate you guys flying along today. And as always, so just to put you guys, it's 12 a.m. where Binga's at, which means that more than likely he is on the East Coast because they're 3 hours ahead of. I was on the East Coast this past week in New York. So, but now I'm back on the West Side. Listen, guys, Greenlight and I. Let me just stop that right there, and then we'll get to that. Let me say this to you guys. For anybody, Geo, Chief Sim, anybody who's, and they're probably not in the stream right now, but I'm just saying, whoever's here who flies, you don't have to stream, but if you want to fly, I'm going to try to let you know where my next flight's going to be from, but you can fly with us. Now, I used to do the pre-scheduling of the my streams, but what happened was, and some of you guys can attest to this, it was giving me two streams at the same time. The one that I'm streaming now, and then the pre-planned one, and it was showing up as two streams. So obviously there's some type of glitch, or there's something where I need to turn off and say only stream one primary. I haven't figured it out yet, so I haven't been scheduling anything yet. But I can tell you now, on this flight, we will be more than likely streaming a long haul. I don't know what date. Greenlight and myself would like to start doing our world tour. We're probably going to do a long haul from the West Coast to the East Coast, so something JFK, Las Vegas, Seattle, or something on over to Boston or LaGuardia, JFK, or something like that. And then we'll do another long haul crossing the pond, and we'll get into Heathrow or Manchester or somewhere like that, and then take smaller aircraft. So I'm going to list out the aircraft that I have for a long haul for the first one, and go from there. And then I'll check you guys out in the chat. So here's the choices that I'm thinking about doing my long haul in. A330 from Jar Design. I haven't streamed that yet. Done a couple practices in it. I have the A350 900, so it's the A350. I have a Boeing 777. I have a 747. I have a Boeing 767 and a Boeing 757. So Binga is saying that him and his friend has a crazy idea. He doesn't know if I'm going to agree, but they want to buy me Microsoft Flight Simulator and do what we wanted to buy you Microsoft Flight Sim and do a 3 pilot flight. Wow, Binga. That is very, very kind of you to offer buying me Microsoft Flight Sim to do a 3-pilot flight. I tell you what, Binga, let me build my new computer, and I'm a pretty humble guy. I don't know if I'm gonna let you buy my flight sim. I can buy my own Microsoft Flight Simulator. But so within the next week or two, Binga, I am going to be building my new computer, which that's the Microsoft Flight Simulator will go on, and we'll stream it. And then yes, we can definitely do a 3-pilot flight on that, Binga. So I'm down with that. I would just say I'll buy my own flight sim. Thank you for that offer. I am going to open it up where folks can sponsor the channel through donations, but at this point, I'll get my software and go from there. And man, Binga, then we could do it. Yes, I definitely would. Let's definitely plan on that. Let's just wait for my computer to get built, because really that's the only thing. It's not really the cost of Microsoft Flight Simulator. The computer I'm running now doesn't quite have the amount of space that I want on there, but I do agree. So yeah, Dave says hopefully by the end of the year. Absolutely, guys, that's a goal. That's a good goal. Thanks, Dave. So let me get the new computer built first. I gotta run it through some tests. I gotta optimize it, get the software loaded on, and then we'll go from there. Greenlight says 747 is majestic, 767 is classic, A340 nice, A756, yeah, or the 757 is a rocket ship. I know, man, I just don't know which one to do. You know what? I'm going to do probably my 747, and I need to get with Greenlight so I can upload deliveries so it shows right. I got to make sure I'm updated to the latest version of the 747 and put those correct liveries in there and go from there. Dave McKee says wait for the PMDG 787 or 777, and I'm sure he's referring to Microsoft Flight Simulator. I actually have a 787, which I forgot, and this, yeah, Bingo saying 747 is overhyped. Yeah, it's a fun aircraft to fly. I typically used to just like flying regional. If you watch my channel before, I didn't even really fly the big boys like that. But I tell you, once you do fly something like that, or the A350, and I'm speaking of those two aircraft and the X-Plane, Dave says, where's the ignore Bingo button? Oh my goodness, you guys are keeping it real here in the chat tonight. But yeah, I didn't previously always fly the big boys. You guys can see I did a lot of regional flying. I like the CRJ 200. I like, 737 was fine, Airbuses. But every now and then, man, I like doing a nice long haul, because I tell you what, the 777 in here, which is flight factor, the SSG 747, and the flight factor A350, those three, man, they ride like Cadillacs in the air, I swear. And yes, the 747 is a goddess. And so, it's overhyped, but it's such a wonderful aircraft to fly. And, stretching it out across the country is what I might do. Then the flight from the United States East Coast, I might do in the 767 or the 777. So we'll see, guys. I'm quite excited. I don't have the A340, but I've got the 330. So we'll see what my feline co-pilot says. We'll see what wifey says. I'm always asking my wife too which one she wants to see me fly. Let's double check ourselves here, man. That was like a little Irish accent. On our VNAV. Alright, VNAV is in 5 minutes, guys. Greenlight, Binga, he was joking. Yes, Binga, Dave was just joking. Everyone should know that. We keep it live and on time in the chat here. Alright, so 5 minutes until our top of descent. And Binga says, yes, sir, A330 is amazing on landing. Yeah, so A330, Binga, might be what we use to go from the East Coast. Whoa! Whoa! Did you guys see that shear? I know you guys saw that. That was crazy. What was that? That was, woof. Man, I don't even know what that was. But that was crazy. That was crazy. I know, Binga says, what was that? I may be an Airbus guy, but the Queen is yes, I know, Dave. I know you're an Airbus guy, and I can fly the A350 quite nice, so I was thinking about that too. I've never seen that before. Did you guys see that though? That was crazy. I think it might have been active sky, like maybe we got to somewhere and it didn't know what to do. But that was crazy. Hopefully my passengers kept their lunch down. I like the A330, but that 7, yeah, Greenlight. Hey, Greenlight. We're gonna do the 747 across the country for sure. Then I'll do something different from Boston or JFK on over. Because you know what? I gotta not that I have to redeem myself. The last time I flew the 747, it was a cargo, and we flew from Miami to Puerto Rico. Now the landing was hard, but it was still -3 something, so that's a realistic landing. I was proud of that landing actually, because I almost came down right on the touchdown blocks. We had a good nose up. It was just a rough landing. So, and I do butter. Other times I fly I got some butters in the 747 on my channel. I buttered into Denver. That wasn't a stream, but Binga says the A350 was the plane where I did my longest flight ever. Oh man, I love the A350. Look about. Yeah, right. Greenlight says the packs are scared to death. They are, man. Let's go back and check on them, man. You guys doing all right back here? Look, man, they got so scared, they're not even here anymore. See if we can close that bathroom door. We got some fumes coming out of there. All right, bathroom doors closed. Passengers got so scared, they look like they're invisible. I tell you what though, guys, if I had the money, this would be an aircraft I wouldn't mind flying in, for real. All right, there we go, guys. We can see our nice southwestern route, and let's get back on our VNAV. And VNAV's coming up in 2 minutes. Let's see. I'm stepping it all the way down so we can get into our VNAV. Alright, so we need to start descending now, actually. Oh, we need to change something here. We need to change this to where it says 3, but it's not letting us do... Oh, let's hit enter. Alright, there we go. So it's giving us the top of descent. Alright, so there will be our descent profile. Alright guys, we're about to start this descent. Let's get this music off. I'll check you guys out in the chat here in a second. 32 seconds. We're looking at about, we're going to pitch down probably 2,200 feet per minute. And we'll leave that right there for now. Let's come right here. Yep, 2,200 feet per minute, 11 seconds. So, let's go ahead and activate that now. And we'll bring the speed way back. All right, now what we're going to do is Cancun traffic, number 350 Kilo Tango has vacated flight level 360, and will be descending down now on the NOSAT 1 Bravo, expecting full stop 12 right for Cancun traffic. Alright guys, so we did our call out. Now I'm going to pitch it up 1 to 2100 to see if it's going to catch the glide slope here. So you can see there's the arrow. We're just barely catching it. It should eventually catch it there. So there we go, guys. Let's see here. Let's check the chat. Binga says it was 15 to 18 hours or something like that. Dave McKee says last 747 flight I did was Atlanta to FedEx to Shenzhen, China. Woke up 2 hours before landing and XP had crashed. Oh no. For the last time, I might add, needless to say, it has no place on my SSD anymore. Yeah, the worst feeling is to have your XP crash after a long haul flight. I know, man, that's the biggest fear. Be doing all this work and then next thing you know, bada bing, bada boom. Alright, so we're going to pitch down a little bit. And we're keeping it right where we need to be, almost. Let me pitch down and let me see if we can catch it. So we'll keep our speed kind of right there. I'm almost scared for this thing to get the VNAV again. That was an ugly situation last time. So if you can see now, we're a little bit below it now. So let's come over here. We'll come back to 1 up. Now we'll start going. Now we're only at 22. We'll go to 20 now. So we're just monitoring ourselves. Because I got to go do something. I don't really want to miss the landing. Well, Bing, if you got to do what you got to do, you can always watch it on the replay, if you will. Let's get my charts up here. Cancun traffic, number 350 Kilo Tango, is at 28,900 feet, or flight level 288, descending via the NOSA 1 Bravo, expecting full stop right for Cancun traffic. So essentially we're just playing a difference of 100 vertical speed just to keep the vertical profile, but it's still not capturing, so it's no worries there. We don't care about that. We just want to keep it in sight so that we know what we're doing. So once we get to NOSAT, we should start showing up. Basically, once we get to UN 500, or basically UN 522, we're going to start looking at what we can do for our direct on over to get on the final. Alright, approach, we're doing ILS DMA localizer 1, so let's get that program in there. It's 111 and 125. So now we need to go to our nav. So now we're getting the nav radios all good to go. So it's 111 10, approach course of 125. So we've got 111.10 in there, and let's see here. Yeah, we don't want to do that. And the localizer course is 125. So now we have our localizer 1 course in there. So now we can come back over here. Get it right back on GPS. So there we go. So that's, guys, that's how you do it in order for you to pre-set up your arrival, because we will switch the CDI or the OBS. We're going to actually switch it over to the localizer 1. And so far, so good, guys. Hopefully we don't get any of that crazy stuff. Yeah, I will do that. Dave says, why don't you close out of those old tabs, Dre? Click KC tab, then hit the X. Okay, let me do that. I actually didn't even realize that's how you close out of the tabs to get rid of them up there. I never paid attention to that, so. There we go. We can also get rid of this. We can get rid of this. There we go. Now we have, let's see here, what is this? That's the one we want. So now we can also close out of that too, and we'll get another one on. So that's the 11.4. So let's go to our arrival. That'll be a tab. And let's go back. And now we can get our... Okay, we don't want that one. There we go. That's what's up, Dave. Good looking. All right, Hacho is our next one. And Hacho, oops. Is at 18,000 feet. And the target is, you can see negative 1,700 feet.
Cancun traffic, November 71 Charlie
2 minutes.
Vacating flight level 360 down to 5,000. We'll be on the NoSat 1 Bravo arrival. Cancun traffic.
Okay, so the next one is 18,000 feet. And of course, we'll be doing negative 1,700 down once we get to that location to make that, and keep monitoring our profile. So for whatever reason, we're not on where we need to be. So I guess because I messed with it, it went off a nav automatically and just kept the heading. That's okay. We're going to get back on course here. Just a slight deviation off. It's no big deal. That's what I get for messing with it. Don't forget, before we switch anything over, we always are going to go to the heading mode. So we'll go to heading mode next time before we do those shenanigans. That was the problem there. I just happened to start messing with it and kind of messed it up, man. So you can see we've got the carrot in there. So we should be under a minute. 47 seconds. And we're going to be, the target is 1728. Let's pick up a little bit on the speed. We're about to start descending more. Speed dropped way down. Seconds. All right, now we're starting our descent. As you can see, we're going to keep the descent profile right here. We're just using it actually for informational purposes, if you will. And let's go ahead and check our weather out. All right, Cancun, Mexico. Altimeter is 29908. And then our next one is Atmos. Atmos below 14,000. And that's in about another minute. And we'll be doing 1,800 feet down on this one. We got about a minute and 23, 3 degrees glide slope here. All right, now we need to look at the approach. Let's look at one thing here. Okay, it's not there yet. Just making sure that bug didn't come down yet. Okay, we got about a minute. Now it's going to show up. Boom, there it is. It's a lot of work here, man. So as soon as we see that moving, that's what we're going to do. And let's see where we need to be at this. 1,300, 2,000. Okay, it's not there quite yet. So DME 7.5 C112R, that's what we're going to want to turn. 2,000. Okay. Wow, look at that, guys. It caught it. It worked this time, so go figure. It actually caught it and it worked. Now, see, that's how it works. We didn't do anything different. It actually worked this time. See that? It grabbed the VNAV path. Well, I'll be. That is crazy, man. Then after this one, we're just going to do our profile down to 5,000. It'd be nice if it just keeps doing what it's doing. That's pretty awesome there, guys. So let's get this set up there and let's check it out. Thank you, pal. See y'all next trip. All right, Chief, take care. Late for me, gotta go. We'll see replay night all. Thanks, Chief, for checking in. Click the KC tab, then hit. Okay, that's Dave getting me out of those. All suck up memory. The FA may have something to say about that. LOL. Dave says. Late for me, gotta go. Chief's out here. All right, Chief. Again, thanks a lot, guys. I know it's a late one on the East Coast. It's getting late here on the West Coast. So Atmos, we want that at 1,400 feet as well. That's cool. So we'll keep the speed here about 270. All right, so we need to keep going here. And that altitude we need for this next one is 6,000 feet. All right. So we need about 1,900 feet to catch that. Playing catch up here. All right. Cancun traffic. 4350 Kilo Tango's 11,800. Descending to NOSAT 1 Bravo. Expecting full stop 12 right for Cancun traffic. Alright, guys. So we're chasing that. Getting ready to be below 10,000 feet. Let's go ahead and get those landing lights on. Altimeters have been set. And 522 is going to be at 6,000. So actually, I'm going to set it for 5,000 now. Alright, going to start slowing the aircraft down now, guys. So once we get to UN 515, that's when we're going to take it over and just do our own flying. And that has to be at 5,000 feet, so that's where we're going to be. So let's start slowing the aircraft up significantly. Let's get those spoilers out. You can see that spoiler come out nicely. Slow this bad boy down, guys, so that we can have a nice approach into... And we'll get it about right there. Spoiler retracted. Cancun traffic, number 350 Kilo Tango is turned downwind direct to Uniform November 522 on the NOSAT 1 Bravo arrival, expecting full stop 12 right for Cancun traffic. Alright guys, we should have a visual of the field, and it's right here. Okay, landing lights are on. The funny thing, it's not letting me descend. That's pretty cool. So you guys see that? It's not letting me descend any lower. It's not letting me descend any lower than I want to here. That's funny. It basically made me meet that restriction. So we're just going to send nice and slowly all the way to actually 3,000. Because I'm going to continue on this leg. We're going to go a little bit past this up to here, and then we'll do our right turn so that we can intercept this in less than. So we're pretty much going to do manual now, guys. So let me check you guys out in the chat. Cuando llegamos en México, te voy a comprar una margarita a tomar la playa, Dre. So, I appreciate that. Dave McKee says second dinner is ready. James Johnson says when we get there, he's going to buy me a margarita to drink on the beach. There it goes again, punking me. It has stopped. Well, no, we're still continuing. No, it has stopped our descent once again. So this VNAV path is definitely not fully functioning. Alright guys, so we're going to go to the heading mode now. Heading mode is good. Keep our airspeed about 170. Speed check flaps 1. So we can bring that nose down. Alright guys, now we are doing that. Now we need to come down here. There's the localizer 1.
Cancun traffic, November 71 Charlie Hotel is on the downwind at Uniform, November 500 for ILS runway 12 right. Cancun traffic.
So you guys can see the localizer there is armed. Cancun traffic, number 350 Kilo Tango is at 5,000 direct Erdem. We'll be turning now left base and then left to final for full stop 12 right for Cancun traffic. Alright guys, here we go. And let's go ahead and start our descent. All right. That becomes an issue, then we will most certainly get that all fixed up. I'm pitching up because I don't want to exceed. We're right on the cusp of overspeeding.
High speed. High speed.
That's all right.
High speed.
We're just right on the cusp, guys. No big deal. All right, let's kind of continue our left turn. Localizer is armed. So, and you can see the glide slope coming down right here. Cancun traffic number 350 Kilo Tango is turning to final, expecting full stop runway 12 right for Cancun traffic. All right, landing gear is coming down.
Autopilot.
All right, guys, and we're just hand flying it now. Flaps 3.
Trim.
Whew, getting this thing under control here. All right, localizer is definitely alive, but I'm hand flying it at this point. Landing gears down 3 green. There is the field. Not the best approach, but we're getting it together. We are going to get it together, folks. Just trying to figure this aircraft out. It's very glitchy. Got to get it together. Cancun traffic, number 350 Kilo Tango has established 5-mile final for runway 12 right, full stop, Cancun traffic. I think we got disconnected. Okay, it was just a voice server. Nothing to worry about there, guys. Aha. You guys thought that I wasn't going to do it. There we go. I got the flight controls on. Binga says he's back. Alright guys, definitely a horrible type of approach. But, seems like we got back on it. Landing gears down, 3 green. Approach speeds are set. Lights are all on. Landing checklist complete.
Cancun approach November 71 Charlie Hotel is turned and final for runway 5. That's runway 12 right. Cancun traffic.
Landing. Alright guys, we got a butter out of the situation. Alright, and we don't need to do any crazy braking here. We can just ride it out. We got negative 78. So we got our first butter in this bad boy. Just gonna let it ride out, guys. Airspeed is bleeding. Nice big runway. Remember, there is no reversers or anything on here, so... Alright, spoilers back in. And we'll be turning our next runway. Or next taxiway, that is. And we should pretty much be right where we want to be. Alright, let's brake here a little bit. Flaps are coming up. Cancun traffic number 350 Kilo Tango is clear of runway 12 right, taxiing to the general aviation ramp. Strobe is off. Alright, let's take a stop here and see exactly where we're at on this field. Alright, so basically we need to come over here and take Charlie. So the scenery must be a little off because it says we're just in some middle of nowhere land. So we're going to snake through here and just get ourselves over to Charlie. Flaps are all cleaned up. Love you, baby. My baby says butter. Baby, I love you. I love you too, baby. And Binga says nice. Dave McKee said let's get it. So guys, I'm just going to snake through here. Scenery is looking a little janky here. You guys like that word janky? We'll just say that's an ethnic word that I am authorized to use. Anybody can use it. I'm just saying it's a word that's very common with certain ethnical group. Oh my goodness. Alright guys, Dave McKee says good night. Mantequilla, pero yo sabía que lo puedes hacer. Gracias, James Johnson. He says butter, but he knew that I could do it. That guy's got some serious faith in me. We're going to come right over here to Bravo 2. And this is the ramp right over here. Let's see Greenlight, please. Absolutely. Greenlight's going to announce when he's on his 5 mile there. And we'll see him come in. Absolutely, we're going to see Greenlight. Let's come on over here to our parking ramp. And no matter where he's at, where we're at, we'll stop. So once Greenlight's on his 5 mile final, parking brake is set. Taxi light is off.
Cancun traffic 71 Charlie Hotel is on that 6 mile final for runway 12 right, ILS.
Perfect timing.
Cancun.
All right, strobe is off. We'll leave our nav on. Of course, we're getting ready to get green light up in the house. Let's go ahead and get our GPU, which might I add, we'll take off before we do our replay, just to make sure it's not there with us. All right, guys. That's how we're looking right there, guys. We'll open up the door. Passengers can easily walk over right here to the terminal. So let's get a look, see if we can see my boy coming in. And let me get rid of a few things. You guys don't any longer need to see me or that. And let's get a little quick look, see if we can get our boy Greenlight in the house. It's actually not bad this time. There he comes in. Greenlight is on the way in, my friends. Welcome to Cancun, James Johnson. We're going to have that margarita, of course, because I am a thirsty one. So just remember, this is really a private jet as well, but it's reflecting as it's a Boeing 737. He's coming in nice and slow, baby. And we made it. We are just waiting on our boy to grease it here, which he will. And then we'll watch our replay of our approach and landing, of course. Even though we got a butter, the landing wasn't, in my opinion, the best. We did a lot of sloppy taxiing on the way in. And Dave says, let's get it. Looking good, Dave says. He is looking good, guys. Look at that. Coming in nice and slow. Look at that windsock blowing. The wind's right in his face, actually. All right. He's smoothing it out, guys. Dave was calling for a go around, but I think he's going to get it. And he is down. Nice and smooth. That had to be a butter. I'm sure that was a butter. Man, great job, Greenlight. Great job, as you guys can see here. 2 of the chartered aircraft that were hired to bring these passengers over to Cancun have successfully made it in. There's Greenlight just doing the old coast like I did. Nothing like Dave said, man. We paid for it, so might as well use the whole runway. Binga says, so far so good indeed. Dave says, must have been the angle. He looked way high. All good. He had a great profile. He's coming into this like weird area that I came into. See that? He's coming into this weird area that I came into, which really only led me to go back on the runway, but I cut through. So he's gonna probably do, see, he's cutting through as well too, because it's like weird. You guys can see him turning over there. Anyway, guys, let's get back to our own stuff. Greenlight, great job, brother. Always great flying with you. We're gonna jump right into the replay. And as I stated before, let's take the ground power unit off. And we will obviously turn our transponder up. Oh, we got to stop our time. So we'll stop our time. Reset that. Bada bing, bada boom. Transponder. We can go to standby. So now that's off. And uno pa ti, uno pa tu. Esposa y uno pa mí. Por ser puesto today. That's right, man. Thank you. James Johnson gave a drink for me, my wife, and himself. We are at the beach right now, guys. Tipping it up. Thank you for saying that. Dave McKee says, great landing, Greenlight. I have to run. Thanks for the awesome stream and company this evening. Take care, all. Dave, thank you for staying on board with us, my friend. It's always a pleasure to have you on, Dave, and giving us advice and helping us out. Now you guys know it's time to get into this replay proper like. Thank you again, Greenlight, for flying along with us as always. It's always a pleasure to get a stream in with him. And let's come back here and see how we did, guys. Bingo! All right, bye. Woo, she's smoking in. Thank goodness for once we can get a good tower view. There she is smoking in. Thank you all for watching. Yes, thank you all for watching. Greenlight says, as you can see, is one of my moderators, one of my boys. Greenlight, thank you to you, man, for flying with us, brother. Wouldn't have had it any other way. So now in this haziness, we are watching ourselves come in. You guys can see there's a little bit of cloud cover, so hopefully the beach is still nice and warm. The drinks are cold and the relaxation is bountiful. All right, you can see her smoking in with those landing lights. Coming right through that haze. We kept the nose up on this one for sure. That was my goal, to use the aircraft as its own speed brake as well. You can see that nose was up. I was not letting it down. I was just managing speed. That's how we got the butter, guys. We went up a little bit and bada bing, bada boom. See how I held that nose up? I was just left of center line, guys. So I'm pretty sure the passengers were pretty happy about that. Look at that nose right on there. And man, we just cruised it right along. It didn't show our surfaces being modeled, of course, but that's okay. And we just rode it. Let's go back on that one, guys. That was a good one right there. Look how high that nose was. We had it pitched up. Little touch. It was just a small little hop, but still butter all the way. Look at that. We held that nose up. Bada bing, bada boom. But you guys know we got to get a couple more views in there. All right. Boy, that's a good looking aircraft. I really like this view. Nice little touchdown there. Nice little touchdown, guys. Come on, we guys got to get the views in. All right, Bingo says do a wing view. We most certainly will. All right, so let's pick and choose which wing view we want to do, which will be this one. Of course, here's we are in the cab, but we'll just ride it out to this wing view right here, guys. We'll take that off. Let's get plugins, X camera. All right, so that's the wing view that we're doing here. That'll be our final view as we come on into Cancun in this wing view. And I just want to tell you guys, absolutely thank you for riding along as always. God bless you guys. We'll see how many more streams we can get through the week. We got to figure out when the long haul one is, because that's going to be about 4 or 5 hours. So that one will have to start early. So I can't promise you that'll be the exact next stream, but I'll talk to Greenlight. We'll figure out when we're going to do that. In the meantime, enjoy this hazy arrival into Cancun from this wing view. Can't promise that the reverse or the spoilers are going to come up, but nonetheless, you guys know what we did. God bless, take care. Thanks for the support. If you haven't subscribed, smash that like button. Keep following us so we can hang out, and definitely keep it spicy, PG, and respectful in the chat. And we'll always have a good time here on the channel. God bless you guys all from me. Thanks a lot from Greenlight, myself, my wife, family for supporting the channel. And once again, big shout out to Greenlight for flying along with us and being a moderator here on the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. See you next time. Gone.